Alright, everybody, here we are for AnimEVO's top 32. The players fought it out very hard last weekend to make it from the bracket of 256 all the way to these top 32. Today, as a stream, we're going to be moving between the tables at the end of each game, but the players are going to be playing the same players for each of the 4 games, so they're going to have time to learn their opponent's styles and try and react to them. Today I have with me Frenetic. Say hi, Frenetic.
Yo, what up, everybody? Here's the F-Man, aka Frenetic, coming at ya.
And I have DDR Dan. What's up, DDR Dan?
Hello, this is DDR Dan.
Hey, we had them both last week as well, so no surprises here. But we mixed up the teams a little bit, so everyone can commentate with everyone. We got some interesting games today, and we do still have the regular 5-minute delay, so you guys are going to have to be a little patient. There are a number of teams. In fact, there are even more teams now than there were then, because some players actually asked us to put their tags in, and they didn't have them initially going into registration. So you might see some more teams represented this time. You guys have any favorites? You're allowed to be biased here, even if they're not in the game we're covering.
Oh, okay. Well, I gotta give the love out to PML, Pacific Mahjong League, and also La Palme, Los Angeles Pride of Mahjong. So that would be Queenie, 710, and Ashy from PML, respectively, and also Delta Sierra from La Palme.
For me, there's a lot of people that I know from the main Mahjong Discord that I talk with a lot, so I guess I'll root for some of those people. Like, I know Korak and Delta Sierra are in there.
Alright, that's pretty cool. For me, myself, I've got a lot of friends in the Mahjong side. I've got some, I know some people in the HGC side. FGC side. I don't really think any of my FGC friends made it to top 32, unfortunately, but there are a couple of interesting FGC names that I want to see do well as well. Maybe if things go well, this could become not just an online thing, but we could see some tables down at the venues.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, hell yeah. Alright, so we are getting started here. And I will get us ready. It's beginning now. You'll hear the noise. Just wait for the legendary noise. Oh, we didn't get the noise. It just goes right into the game.
Oh, no gong sound that you have from Okay, starting, we've got Kyanto. He's got a pretty good looking hand. Got a pair of Yakuhai and the White Dragons. Going over to the right, we have Queenie. She's got maybe a Honitsu hand. Also got a pair of Yakuhai and the Chun, the Red Dragons. Hakai has some good shapes. We'll see how that fits. And then we have Nico Won't with some good shapes as well. Already some completed melds right there. 345, 345.
Yeah.
Wow.
If I'm looking at it, to me it looks like Nico probably has the fastest hand, or maybe Kaento with that call. So those two are probably going to be the ones to watch this round.
Mm-hmm.
Kaento is 1 away from being ready, so that's pretty close.
Looking to call those 2 shapes.
Yep.
In the Pinzu, the dot shapes. But we'll see if Nico will reach you.
Yep.
Wow, really close.
Hakai just got 2 Dora, so their hand could become expensive if they can complete it.
That is very true. Values going up.
Yep. Queen is still pretty far away from being ready, so it's not too likely that they're going to get there this hand, but if they get lucky, it could happen.
That's true, but Queenie 710 is also really known for pushing, so she might get there. Very aggressive tournament player. Keeps their shapes open. Oh, Adora! Tempting. Tempting. Oh, deals it out. Will. Yes, he palms.
That's pretty big for Hawkeye.
Pretty big. Going for Tanya, Doris 3. And Queenie emotes with the first emote of the game. Yeah.
Kanto could change their weight to get rid of the overlapping shape, and that's what they do.
Okay, good. The 9 mon is overlapping.
Yeah. So the 5-6 and the 8-9 both wait on the 7, so it's kind of redundant, and then it makes it harder to complete the hand.
Weird. Kanto discarded the 6 mon, the 6 crack before, and now keeps the one that they just drew. Oh,
yeah,
interesting.
they might be folding against the 3 Dora from Hawkeye. Or trying to play defensive.
Oh, that isn't too defensive. Hakai is now in Tenpai, waiting on 4-7 dots. So let's see if Kanto will push. Countdown start, and just goes for it. Okay.
Right now there's 5 left in the wall, so pretty good chance for them to win. This call would get Tenpai though.
Yeah, well, 9
Same
or
weight.
the 5, 9 or the 6, discards the 6
Oh,
in
no.
Tenpai. No, Queenie, no! Deals in. Oh, that's not how she wanted to start out. Mangan, 8,000 points. No! And like I said, I was talking about earlier, Queenie's a very aggressive tournament player. And that's probably why you saw that deal in. Queenie probably a little bit stunned. Knows to go for value, so discard is looking like she's getting rid of that dot meld that she had, the 9-7. So, but doesn't call the West. Huh? Interesting.
Yeah. Okay.
She called the second. Maybe she had a little brain. She's like, yes, I do want to go for Honitsu. Hakai has 2 Yakuhai in the East Winds. Nico won't. Good shapes. And Kainto looks kind of far. Has a nice Nabakura, the bulging weight in the Manzu, but it still has a lot of honor tiles in their hand. But complete melts too, so we'll see. How about you, DDR Dan? What do you think about these hands?
So I think going for a flush hand here that you can call with is pretty good because the Dora is the white dragon, so it's gonna let you use the Dora, and it's also a way to get some value out of a hand that might otherwise be pretty cheap. So that call is gonna help with the flush hand. Gets a little bit closer.
Yeah. Also, yeah, that's right. That's a great point. Instead of having to have an Anko, a triplet of the Yakuhai, Queenie can use it as a pair.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah, because she'll have the Yaku from the half flush, the Honitsu.
Right now, only one white dragon is on the table that we can see. So
Yes.
the rest are all in the wall.
And Hakai might be crushing Queenie's dreams almost in Tenpai, Ishanten, and with some very good shapes. 2-3, 2-3, 4-5, and a 3-4. So they just need one. Lots of Ryanman weights and Hakai, 2-sided weights.
They have a potential for a mixed triple sequence, so they could get 2-3-4, 2-3-4, 2-3-4, and that would be some value. Otherwise, the hand will probably be cheap.
That is very true. Good observation, DDR Dan. Well, I think there's a pause from Kainto, maybe thinking about going. No, doesn't go for Chinitsu, which is, pretty far away. But
Yeah. There's the second white dragon drawn.
ooh,
At this point, it's going to feel really hard for anyone to discard it, just because they're all going to assume someone else probably has it. So
is it because it's this late in the game? I mean, excuse me,
Yeah.
late in the hand. It's almost third row.
So it feels like you can't really discard it because someone must have it. But we can see they don't actually have it, but
Yeah,
there's the third one though.
third one. Queenie just pushes the 7. Ugh.
Ooh.
So Hakai is waiting on the 2-5. So and then it comes out from Nico, and
Wonder Adora, but
but not the mixed triple sequence that they were
Yeah.
hoping for. Still, points are points.
yep. It also moves the game along with them in first, so that's really nice for them.
That's very true. Very true. So Hakai has already a White Dragons, Yakuhai already. Might want to call that. Nico won't. Kind of far away. Lots of honor tiles. Kainto has some good shapes. Oh, and it looks like Hakai might be going for just a quick hand. Maybe he wants to get that Dora going, right? That Green Dragon Dora.
Yeah, they're probably kind of looking at a flush if they draw enough character tiles, but if they don't, they can just go for a cheap hand as well. We have another Dragon Yaku tile, or a Dragon Dora tile, so similar to the last round.
That's true. Oh, doubles up on the south, but one just came out. But could be good as just the pair.
Looks like Queenie though has a hand to watch this time. They're 1 away from Tenpai, and they can get a bunch of different Yaku like Pinfu, Tanyao, potentially the mixed triple sequences, the 4, 5, 6. So one draw could get them all of that.
Oh, and that's a very good draw.
Yeah. Oh, actually, I misread their shape, so they're actually 2 away, but
still very good.
Yeah.
Interesting that she discarded the 5 dots instead of the 7 dots to kind of do a shape.
Yeah.
That's
I
interesting.
was curious about that too.
Oh. Well, we'll see. Hopefully that doesn't bite them. Oh, maybe she was trying to keep. Well, I don't know. The game moves on. Nico One looks like she's just going for maybe just Toy. Maybe Toy and the dragon. So triplets and Yaka. That would be, a 3-Han hand.
Yeah.
Hakai really wanting to get rid of that too. Could get rid of the 5, probably the 5 BAMs, because it's a dangerous tile. What do they call that? Sakigiri there, DDR Dan?
Yep. So when you're going for like a half flush hand, you want to get rid of your middle tiles in the other suits as early as you can, just so no one else wins off of them.
Do all you can. Nico went with the classic. Despite being 2 away, just going for it.
Kaento there has a really good draw, but they're worried about discarding the Dragon Honor tile. I mean, the Dora tile.
Rightfully so.
It might be just like the last round, everyone's going to think it's dangerous, so it's going to be tough to discard for anyone. Queenie's hand isn't really progressing at all.
Yeah, she really wants that, so she kind of goes a bit backwards in order to defend and kind of keep her shape at the. Oh, a good draw for her. That was a good draw. Maybe that's good. She kept the 7, I guess. Oh, the nice draw for Hakai. Is that going to pay off?
Yeah, it's going to be a huge hand if Hakai can win. Like, they're also the dealer, so they get even more points. But this is Tenpai. It's a really big hand for Queenie as well.
Yeah, Sanshoku, mixed triple sequence, a chance if they draw the 6 of characters.
That Khan also gives more Uradora to the reach, so there's even more potential for a big hand.
Queenie really wants to win this after dealing in for 8,000 points in earlier this game. Hakai's, you can tell, I bet they're gritting their teeth wishing that Green Dragon Dora will come out.
There's still one left in the wall somewhere.
Oh, Queenie's dream, but she gets at least one more draw. Let's see if she can sumo it. No! Someone's got to have to deal it out. No one doesn't deal it. Oh, Oh, heartbreaker there for Queenie. It's kind of hard not to take a hidden hand because there was a con, so basically 2 Urodora, so
Yeah.
gotta reach you to get to see those.
Yeah. Also, with the tournament format, you're a lot more inclined to push for value, just so you can try to build up points, and because you have to take first to qualify for the next round. So
that's a very good observation there, DDR Dan. Value, super important in this top 32. Rather, like in the prelims, the scrambles, you wanted to get into the top 32, and that was a big, large berth. But now this is top 32, and it's just got to go for it. So speaking of which, let's see if Hakai tries to go for Peiko. Yeah, kind of keeping that. But discards the 1, yeah.
Oh. Kayento might have missed out on an outside hand, but they're drawing middle tiles, so that might make up for it. So
that's true. Interesting they discarded the 7. Usually that 3-4-5 dot shape might have been good to keep that 7. But
yeah, I think it's because they discarded the 9 already, so they didn't want to risk going Furriton if they drew the 8. So
I see.
That's probably what they were thinking about, at least.
Thank you for that.
Yep.
Well, looks like anyone's is another South. South is the Dora here, the South Wind. People wanting to pair that up. Nico won't. May be going for a Chinitsu, a full flush hand in the dots. So we'll see if that.
Yeah.
If they're gonna push, because we were talking about value earlier. And seeing
this is Tenpai for Kayento. But it's a really tough weight to complete. And there's the Peiko for Hakai.
Oh, so. Yes. That was a very good draw. It was like the 4 completed the 3-5 shape. Wow.
And if they don't, they can also go for 7 pairs, so...
Oh, very flexible, you're right. They might want to, that can maybe incorporate that south wind, that's Dora right now. Yeah, you're right. Kayento doesn't have the pair, so it's actually that 3-4-4-5 shape is a 3-4-5-4. So they need to draw that 4 pin to complete their hand. So we'll see what happens.
They might want to change their weight sometime, but they don't do it just yet.
Yeah.
They can't tell, but the 4s are in everyone's hand, and it's probably not coming out. So.
Yeah. You're right. So they could wait on the 1 character or the 4 character. Yeah. Maybe they could draw like the 6 bamboo and maybe do a weight that, change their weight like that. Then they would be waiting on the 6 bam and the 9 bam.
Queenie's on the full flush or half flush now, waiting on the south wind.
Ooh, that would be good, huh? She really going for value there. Going for value.
And, there it is.
Oh, she self-draws the Dora! The best draw that she could have gotten. Well, the only draw that she could have gotten. And she re-gets that 8,000 points that she lost earlier in this game.
That's gonna bring the scores a lot closer. So.
And she rightfully cheers herself on after that. Wow, that was sweet. Well, here we go. We got Kayento right here. Good shapes. Nice drew that 5. That's good. Maybe they're gonna... They're liking keeping those honor tiles. Yeah. Because they are Yakuhai, and they might want to just keep their dealer, like if they double up on that, they can call it and then keep their dealership. So
Right now, Hakai has a pair of Dora and some pretty good shapes, and their hand looks pretty fast and maybe expensive too, so that's going to be a big hand to watch in this round. Queenie has the quick call, and they can call white dragons, and they can also maybe get all triplets. So
yes.
That's pretty big too.
Yeah. That is true. Maybe she's feeling the flow after getting, getting that Mongon hand recouping.
Yeah.
So Kainto's thinking whether or not to complete this shape and which maybe honor tile to discard. Okay, doesn't.
Interesting. I think if they could have gotten the all simples if they discarded an honor tile, but they're gonna go for it like this.
Maybe an honor tile will come out this time. Okay,
Yeah.
it's time to do it.
Yeah. So this 4-5-5-6 can be seen as a 4-5 weight and a 5-6 weight. So it's like two good weights mixed together.
That's true. Too good. It's just too good to pass up.
Oh, that call is going to be a 10 pie for Hawkeye.
Waiting on the 4. Ricci.
Is 10 pie for Kanto as dealer?
Are they going to take it? It would be a Champon weight for the Red Dragons. Oh, interesting.
I'm surprised.
Oh, but there's the sumo from Hakai, Tanya, and also Dora 2. 39? 4,000.
Yeah.
Oh, with home buff, yeah? No.
Or the sumo value is a little bit more.
I see. Thanks for that.
Yeah. They extend their lead, so right now they're in a pretty comfortable lead in this situation. And actually, in this hand, they have 2 Dora again.
And Hakai, Saki's superpower is getting Dora.
Oh man, that's a really good draw for Hakai as well. So they might be able to win a really big hand again and further extend their lead. So.
Look at that. Interesting. Keeps the 3 instead of the 7. Oh, yeah. The 3 does. Okay. Maybe. I thought maybe they were going for Chitoy. Maybe.
Oh.
Now maybe that's much more apparent.
Yeah. Oh.
Early Ricci from Niki Nico won't. Says, I'm gonna break your Ipatsu and just cheat.
Oh, Kai doesn't care.
Oh, that was fast and furious.
Wow.
Oh,
a whole bunch
another
of
4,000 hand.
Yeah.
That was exciting. Basically, Hakai was already in Tenpai, right? With that pawn call. It just was like, people are just disgusted. Wow. They're just like, what just happened here? Hakai's just like, I don't know. I was just trying to get to Tenpai. That was what, Toy Toy Dora 2? Wow.
Yeah.
That's when you push, I guess, you know?
Yep.
All right. Calming down a little bit. Nico wants us developing their hand. Discards some terminal tiles. Doesn't want them. Wants to keep the West, which is interesting. Not a Yaku for them. Not their seat win, nor the round win.
Maybe they're holding a save tile or something like that, just for later. Hakai, though, has a pretty strong hand here. It is 1 away from Tenpai, so...
That's true.
Triplet of South, though.
Ooh. Kainto. Come on, Queenie, what does she want? She is... has some good shapes, but is still a little bit far. Maybe 2 away?
Yeah. Yeah, it is 2.
But good shapes, so... we'll see.
Kainto might be able to get the mixed triple sequences with the Triplet of South and Adora, so even if they call their hand, they can get some decent value there as well.
Because they want to get out of last.
Yeah.
Last is pretty big. It's a 10,000 points, so...
Yeah. So each change in placement is worth 10,000 just for the place itself. So placements are pretty big in that sense. It's still not as big as a ranked match though, where the main thing that matters in a ranked match is placement alone.
Ooh, Kainto's looks like he's forsaking that 2-3-4 that 2-4 bamboo shape with the Dora in it for going for speed. Yeah.
That's kind of interesting because it gives up the Dora and the possible 2-3-4.
Yeah, that's like a 3-Han hand. Oh no! Did they? Well, no, it's good.
No.
I guess they're gonna switch. All right.
Yeah.
I was kind of thinking maybe they would be in Furiton. Hakai has a good draw, completes a meld, and but might have to discard.
Well, that's going to be 10 pie for Kanto.
Yeah.
3/6 of bamboo.
Just going for kind of a cheap hand. Oh,
Yeah.
that
Got
was
a little
kind
bit
of
cheaper.
yeah. Just 2 Han. So we'll see. Maybe there's a method to their madness that I don't know about.
Oh, there's the win though.
Sumo, but doesn't get the Han for the Sumo since it's open. 2 Han hand, 2,700. Is that enough to get past Queenie? No, still in last. So, but maybe more in striking range of second.
Yeah.
So,
right now it looks like a battle for second place, and
Yes.
first is pretty far ahead. And Hakai again has Tsudora.
again, maybe instead of Hakai, it should be known as Sakai. The Saki's cousin that gets Tudora at every opening hand.
Queenie though has Tsudora as well, and a pair of Yakuhai, the dragons, so
Yeah.
they can get an open hand that's pretty valuable. Yeah,
Is she going to keep her hand open or closed? We shall see. Maybe to go for more value, or do you think she might just end the game? Let's see. We'll see if the red dragon comes out from Hakai.
Yeah, it's there it is.
There it is, and she does
It's
palm.
gone.
Okay,
Yeah.
she does palm. Okay, she's
She
just
can-
gonna get. I'm in second. I've got. Just give me those points.
She can hope for a triplet of the Dora as well, and then that would be enough to aim for first. So
Ooh. Khan. Go Queenie
there's a
Khan.
count.
She's thinking about it. Come on, Queenie. We know
Makes
that you
sense.
want to win first place. Why so? Oh, as you can
Interesting.
see, the question mark, what do I do, is very true. Very true.
Khan here is a pretty high risk and high reward play, just
Yeah.
because it can backfire and give some really high value that's not you, or it can give you value and get you first. So
Yeah, that three bamboo draw for Nico won't was very good for them.
yeah.
Oh, she
there's
does
the Khan.
She's do all you Khan.
This call is 10 pie though. So
Yes.
oh, that's 10. No, it's not. 10
No,
pie
one
just
away.
yet.
One
Yeah.
away. But I could taste it. I can take. Queen wants that.
Nico here has Diller's 10 pie with a cheap hand.
Yeah.
Just 1,500 it looks like.
Still pretty good. It's a 147 bamboo weight.
Oh,
very good
That's
weight.
10 pie, but it's a Dylan.
No!
Oh man.
Queenie deals in
This-
1,500. You were right there, DDR Dan.
Yeah. It's a cheap hand, but it changes the placements, so it actually is really big in that sense.
That's right. That 10,000 points that we were talking about earlier comes into
Yeah.
play. And Queenie is bad. Hakai's just like, let me just go, and I'll just take my first. So that was actually 1,500 points, but actually an 11,500 point hand if
Yeah.
Nico won't. Maybe going for full flush? Doesn't. Okay.
Well, no call just yet, but they still might go for a half flush. It looks like that's what they've got right here. Hakai has a pretty good hand with the double Yakuhai pairs, so
Yeah, not two
They may be
Dora,
able to-
but two Yakuhais.
yeah. Kyanto this time has the two Dora, so and they have 4 pairs, so potentially 7 pairs or just a regular hand. We'll have to see there.
Also, maybe an E-Payco mixed sequencing.
Yep.
That's 78899. Nico
We've got some
won't.
calls.
Yeah. Didn't want to call the one of characters, but decided when the South came out, hey, that gives me extra value. Gonna call it.
These hands are progressing pretty quickly. There's
Oh,
interesting.
kind of just like, I don't want to be last. I just need to get 500 points.
Yeah.
Or 600, yes. Or 500, yeah. They just need to win, and they will be in third. And then not have to pay 10,000 points. So
Yeah.
oh,
Oh no. Hot
Just-
guy's trying to end it here.
yeah.
Oh
Let's
no,
see if they
that's gonna
can.
be it probably.
Oh no! Kaito's falling down the cliff. Was almost there to get out of last place, but
Second, third, and fourth were all so close, but
so close.
yeah.
Oh, rough. Nico won't again with that small 1500 play from last hand. Goes up 10,000 points.
Yep.
And so we have Hakai, Nico won't, Queenie, and then Kaito. And you can see how that's like even though that the first place game, the first place was kind of a runaway, that tension coming from that battle for second place was amazing.
Yeah. So in case anyone doesn't know, it's going to be 4 rounds played all with the same players, and their scores are going to be added up over the 4 games, and then the winner moves on. So in each round, you just want to get the best result you can and try to save up enough points and don't lose any unnecessary points. So,
All right, that was quite an exciting game. Yeah, and as we said before, we are going to be moving between the tables as the game goes by. So between the 2 streams, the one at Panda Pfizer and the one here, we'll be at least catching one full game of each stream of each table. And you can see the tables here. I'll bring it up now. Got a fancy animation and everything.
Oh. So yeah, which one should we look at? Super Yans or?
Yeah. So right now we can because the next round hasn't started yet. We do have an assigned table for the next round, but
I see.
we can catch the end of one of these other games here.
Super Yan and Crooked Tricking's my vote.
Okay.
If it's still going on.
It's gone. It's done. That's the
okay.
one other game that's done. You
No!
lose.
Commentator's curse.
All right.
Pick one that Panda Pfizer's not a comment.
So I believe Panda Pfizer's doing table 7. So I don't know. Let's check out how the top table's doing here.
Okay.
The table with our first place player from the scramble, Light Pink Yoshi, currently the dealer.
Whoa, and Light Pink Yoshi with some good calls right there. They're trying to fight to keep their dealer, right?
Yeah.
Oh, will the 2 come out and they can call a Dora from that 3-4 bamboo shape? Let's see. No, keeps it.
So Korak's in the lead, and their hand is pretty good in this round.
Oh,
There's a Dora.
there's the Dora. And Korak's just like, no, I want to keep my lead.
Korak got a good draw there to go 1 away. It's going to be interesting to see if Korak declares reach if they get to 10-5. I think Korak will, just for the more points, but sometimes you can not reach to try to get someone to deal in so you can keep your lead. And a
Light
con.
Pink Yoshi comes with a con. Do all you con.
4 of circles is now a Dora, and the El Palooka on the right has 2 Dora, and if Light Pink Yoshi can draw the 4 of circles, they can get to 10-pi with another Dora. Korak gets a better shape, but it's still not 10-pi.
Yeah, you see that Korak dealt that 1 of bamboo, which was a save tile for Light Pink Yoshi,
Yeah.
and was kind of Suji to El Palooka Sappy. El Palooka Sappy probably wants to call one of those pairs and then throw the 3 characters to
Yeah.
get to Tenpai. Good draw for Lickman. Completes a mill with 2, 3, 4 dots. And then Light Pink Yoshi, Tenpai on the south, 1 remaining.
Oh man.
That's interesting.
It's a trap weight.
Light
It's
pink
hard to
Yoshi.
avoid that one.
Yeah.
Oh no, was that a
Oh.
misclick or they
That's
discarded the
weird.
6?
Oh, that is weird.
Oh
They
well.
dropped this again.
Oh no.
I guess it was not a mistake. But Korak wins with a Tanyo hand. Dreams crushed for Light Pink Yoshi. Wow.
Hmm.
That
Interesting.
was crazy.
Yeah.
Oh, Light Pink Yoshi really wanted to keep their dealer.
Yeah. You can get some really big comebacks if you can just keep winning as dealer, but
Yeah.
you
that's
just have
so
to win
true.
the hand.
Let's see. Well, people are gunning for. Looks like El Palooka Sappy is trying to fight for out of last. Kind of hard to catch up to Light Pink Yoshi. No, it's actually pretty easy to catch a Light Pink Yoshi. I'm sorry. Last is Lickman. Lickman's really wanting to get out. But with that call, do they have enough value to do that?
It's hard to see where they're gonna get their value. Just
Yeah. Korak's like, screw you, scrubs. I'm going home. I'm taking my tiles and going home. I'm taking this first and just getting out of here.
Lickman there just drew the Dora and might be able to change to a half flush, and that would be some value there.
Yes.
Korak though is fast here, and they're just gonna try to end it before anything happens.
Looking to Chi from those two Rion men, those two-sided 7-8 and the 4-5, pretty easy to get to. They already have their pair as well, so.
Kind of looks like everyone besides the dealer has a decent hand that they can win.
Yes.
So
El Palooka's happy he's not really drawing anything because they're keeping those two honor tiles because they are Yakuhai and they just want to go. But little do they know, Light Pink Yoshi has their dragons. Ooh, completes a shape. Maybe there's hope still. Gets rid of the East. Says goodbye. There's already one in the discards.
Korak's hesitating. Discards the 4. This is, I guess, a Sakigiri.
Yeah. Sakigiri meaning that discarding a dangerous tile. Ooh, pairs up the 8s.
Okay.
Doesn't.
Lickman is progressing, but their hand is still cheap.
It's still cheap.
Yeah.
Just kind of going for. Yeah, I just don't see the value in their hand. They're in
it's not
Tempai.
It's not enough to change the placements, so.
Oh. Okay, Korak gets it. In Tempai, 3-6 bamboo waits. Oh, good draw for Light Pink Yoshi, but doesn't take the change. Because they want to keep the Dora, right? They want to keep that.
Yeah.
They want to keep that shape. 7.
Oh, there's the win.
Take Sumo, I think they realize, oh, wait a minute, I don't have enough value here to change my place. Should have probably thought about that earlier, like that.
Yeah.
Before you called that, open your hand south.
Yep.
And now they're in 310, and it's just like waiting for a Dorotanki. They probably want to call that one bamboo and for Tonki wait.
Dylan.
This is gonna.
Oh no!
Oh, no.
Discarded. They can potentially get a single weight on it, depending on how the hand plays out. Light Pink Yoshi actually goes defensive and discards their Tenpai. So
Korak's just like, I want to end this. Here's my 6. No, that's not the bamboo I was looking for.
Lickman not winning and Light Pink Yoshi going defensive might mean that El Palooka Safi has a chance to get to Tenpai and continue the game as dealer. So, no con.
Korak goes like, hey, what are we doing? I'm a Tenho player. I don't con at this point.
Yeah. It would.
Doesn't need the points. So.
Yeah, it's kind of too big of a risk just because you don't want to give points to someone else.
Oh, and there's the sumo. Korak plays it safe, takes his ball, and goes home. 1100 point hand ends the game because they're in first already. and takes a little bit of points extra and says, "See yas." Light Pink Yoshi, our boy, coming home with second. It's okay. El Palooka's happy, 9.3. And then Lickman. What was Lickman doing? But hey, we're not playing this tournament, so you know, it's hard to judge. It's hard to judge, but I just want to do just to caution players at home that might be just trying to win a hand while they're in last. Like, make sure you have that value to overtake, because it's hard to pair up a Dora as a Tonki weight for your pair. So.
If you can make a closed hand and just declare reach, you have a lot of potential for like the bonus Yaku, like a first round draw or Uradora, so that can give you hope even if your hand isn't actually that valuable itself. So when you need something big, you can just not call anything and go for reach. Sometimes that'll work.
Alright, cool. We have a game that was paused earlier, so there's actually a fair bit of time left in it. So let's take a look at that one.
Okay.
This game had a pause for a disconnect earlier on. So yeah, well, we're in South 3 here. I'll leave it to you.
Okay, so we're South 3. Still a lot of game left in this game.
Yeah, Dora triplet here for no one, and they need the points because they're pretty far back.
Yeah, whoa. That is no one. Actually means someone, and now they're in Tenpai!
Yeah, it's no Yaku though.
Oh!
And they got discarded. Yeah.
Oh, the heartbreaker. How are they going to get Yaku? They
It's
might
like a
try to
half flush.
call? Or
Yeah.
Toy Toy? Yeah,
Either
they're
a
going to call.
half flush or all triplets.
Oh.
But with that call though, both of them are a possibility, so pretty good
Yeah.
chance.
True dat. Especially that 9 bamboo. You know, like, people
Yeah.
are like, get out of my hand. I don't want you.
So if no one can win it, it's gonna be a really big hand. Just half flush, all triplets, and 3 Dora would be 18,000 points.
That's weird. No one gets rid of the South, even though that there's a discard. I think they could still at least use it for a Tonki weight for their pair.
Yeah, that is interesting.
Yeah. DDR Dan, do you have Khan? Khan of the Dora? Yes, because they can incorporate the Dora. All right.
Yeah.
People are going, what? So
Oh no.
I think these are weird discards here.
Because if they had those white dragons, they would have become Dora. Oh, it's not gonna matter.
Just who knows? Hey.
No one had such a big hand, but gets stopped by a 1,000 point hand.
That's a heartbreaker for no one. Heartbreaker for no one. So DDR Dan, do you have a theory about Toy Toy? Like, do you just kind of go for it even though you have middle tile pairs or something like that? Which
Usually,
are hard to call?
it's like if you have pairs on the edge tiles, it becomes a lot better to go for the all triplets just because people are more likely to discard them. And then the other thing is you usually want to go for all triplets if it has some other value with it, like you have Dora or you have maybe a half flush or you have all simples or something else that adds a little bit more, because then it becomes a big hand.
Oh, looks like Gimme Death is kind of dreaming of Sanchoku, keeping the ones.
Yeah.
Discard. Saw the East dropped and says like, well, okay, well, it's closer. Closer.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3.
Curtis, though, looking to end it quickly with the big lead.
You see these people? I'm going to take my ball and I'm going home.
Rimu across from us could get a decent hand together.
Yeah, they're close, right?
Yep.
Huh. Yeah, closer. That 6 was closer to the 8s over there.
Yep.
Dots.
So this 4-4-6-8-8 shape, if they draw 5, 6, or 4, 5, or 7, 8, they can complete a pair and another set. So it's a bit of a complex weight that has a lot of tiles that will complete it. But now they have to decide on one weight here.
Yeah. So then go for a Champon weight on the 4 and the 8 dots. Yeah. Gimme Death has to push that 5 if they want 5 bamboo, if they want to continue. Doesn't. It's kind of going backwards.
Yeah.
Because it is hard to push a middle tile, right? They're in second, and then the person that recheated is who they are fighting against. It just pushes to 5.
Yeah. So they actually have a lot of incentive to just go with their hand, just because if they give up their hand, then they're going to lose second place anyway. So if they deal in, they'll lose second. Yeah.
And does call. Okay. Which shape are they going to do? 6, 5?
I think 5 of characters is most efficient, and that's what they pick here. So. Curtis might just play defensively because they don't want to deal in Ricci.
Oh, troublesome second Ricci. Yeah. Is this enough value? Yeah, there's
it's a full straight Pinfu. And a Dora.
Yeah, plus Pinfu as well, right?
Yep. So 8,000 points.
that could put them in third or second if someone else deals in.
Yeah.
Let's see the fighting sumos. Is that enough value? We'll see.
They need an Urador at least.
Come on.
Oh, no Urador.
No Ura.
So, no, they have a Hanuman anyway. So it's 12,000. Is that enough?
Is that enough? Is that enough? It's enough to get into second. No one. Let's come back from behind. Gimme Death is really unhappy right now. Oh my gosh. We've been seeing the battle of seconds in these games. Right?
All of them have had one person pretty far ahead for first, and then second has been really close.
Yeah. And you know what? Maybe in this tournament, at least at this opening, like losing the least is probably maybe as much as getting first with a lot of points here. So hard to say.
Yeah.
What do you think, DDR Dan?
You just want to make the most of all the chances you get, because you can't win every round no matter how good you play, but if you can get those critical hands that like bump you up 2 places like that last one, that's a real big deal, and that can like make or break who wins. So. Yeah.
Okay. So that's pretty cool. The first round is officially complete, and I will have the standings with you momentarily. But in the meantime, I'll take a bit of a drink and go on a short break. I'll see you soon.
See y'all soon.
All right, everybody. Welcome back to AnimEVO. We're getting ready for round 2. We're here in the top 32. I know you all got a sneak peek at the standings already, but here we are with our commentators, Frenetic and DDR Dan, to talk about them.
Yo, what's up? This is the F-Man. I'm joined here by DDR Dan. We've got a lot of great leaders here. We've got Korak, who's a very strong ho-ho player in Tenho, first at the first table. Delta Sierra, who was running hot in the tournament before in the prelim scramble, is up by 22 points. We had Hakai from the game that we commented. Yep, still there. Nico won't. In second, let's see, other people that we know. In the Fight FGC table, we have Crooked Tricking comes on over top with Super Yan. Maybe comboed her real good, or I don't know. And how about you, DDR Dan? Any other names you know from?
Not really, but I can say it looks like KJH got the biggest win of the first round, and then Bone Arc on the same table had the biggest loss. So maybe there's something there.
oh, since their scores are so close with like positive and negative.
Yeah. Could have been a big Dylan or something like that.
Let's see. Yeah, so more about this round. So that was the first round. We're going to have one more that DDR Dan and I will be commentating on. And then we're going to be moving over with Tipzntrix, our own Tipzntrix, and J-Cakes will be coming on for the last 2 rounds here. So we'll have top 32, then cut to top 8, which will mean 2 rounds for tomorrow, I believe. Or 2 rounds tomorrow each. Tomorrow. 2 rounds for semis, and then 2 rounds for final table. So still got it's anyone's game, still have a lot of Mahjong here. As you can see, just in those games, we had some interesting games where, first place was kind of a runaway, but the battle for second was just as exciting as the battle for first. So. So, give a shout outs to our sponsors. We've got YoStar and Mahjong Soul supporting the tournament. Also, we have Cat Food Studio here. We've got rewards. Yeah, look at those delicious coppers. And also but the big prize is Summon Scrolls. Lots of new characters out there, and those Summon Scrolls. But really, it's also about bragging rights here. Who will win AnimEVO, Mahjong Soul coming together for the first time? DDR Dan, I remember you and I played Mahjong at an EVO some years ago. Was that 2016 or so?
It might have been 2017.
Oh, wow.
I can't remember exactly.
Yeah. I believe I texted you and you're like, I guess I'll play. I don't know. Thanks for coming out. That was fun.
Yeah.
And it was Crooked Tricking, you, me, Mini Matt, and Ultimate. And we were just playing Mahjong in their room. And, that was a lot of fun.
Can we call that the first EVO Mahjong game? No.
I think we can. It's no coincidence that you and I are doing commentary, and Crooked Tricking is also made top 32. So, so welcome to the second Mahjong tournament at AnimEVO. We actually had the first one in 2017. You heard it here first. We had a 5-person tournament in one of the hotel rooms. And yes, but it is really cool to see that kind of come out. Oh, so we've started here. Ferris with a pawn. Oh, look at that. Actually going for all you con with a open con of the Red Dragons.
They also have an outside hand. Pretty locked in, so.
Let's see what happens here. That's right. 789. 789.
And
let's see.
The mixed triple sequences as well, and the Dora.
Wow, in Tenpai for that. Big
Yep.
hand for Ashi.
The only small problem is that 2 of the 7 of characters are in Delta Sierra's hand, so it's a bit harder for them to win.
Yeah, it'd be one thing if it was just a lone 7, but a pair. Hard to
Yeah.
get rid of.
Yeah.
Ashi would really like to get that outside.
Yeah. It's gonna be
Outside.
8,000 points.
Yeah, the infamous outside, like outside and Sanshoku.
Furious though is gonna try and stop it with the all simples hand.
Yeah, the all simples 4, 5 of dots waiting for that. Ashi.
Oh, they can change their
Is
weight.
Ferris going to change their? Yes, they will.
Changes to the 2-5. This way they can use the Dora, so I think that makes sense. But they don't know all the Dora 2 of circles are in other people's hands. So,
that's heartbreaking. It's going to be tough for that to come out. Yeah, they could have discarded the 3 bamboo and have had, and had a, instead of a, what do they call that, a Nobiton weight, to have like a 3, 4, 5, like a
4-5 weight. Yeah.
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 Thanks for the save. Not the 7 that Ashi was looking for. It's like, I want the 7 more.
Oh, there it is.
Oh, there it is. Oh my god. Big hand. Big hand for Ashi. Oh, that's huge.
Yeah.
8,000 points. It's a Mongon. Boom goes the dynamite for Ashi. That was sick.
Big lead now.
Yeah, big lead now. Ooh. Are we going to see another one of those games, the battle for second?
Maybe.
Okay, Dora is the East. Delta Sierra has one of them in their hands, and Cashew Zero has a nice drop. Gets the 2-3 meld on the dots. Thinking about what to discard, discards the 8. Interesting. Keeps the 3 and 6 bamboo. Maybe he says, hey, I can double up with that. South goes. Delta Sierra is kind of getting closer with that 4 dot draw. Ooh, maybe commits to the 6. 3-4 shape. Oh, discards the 1. Okay.
That's interesting too.
Yeah.
But they might be able to make it an all simples hand and get some more value like that. There's a good draw though.
Yeah.
At this point, it might
Now we'll
just be Pinfu. So.
And you know what? They might just want to go with Pinfu because they're dealer right now and just goes like, hey, I want to get that.
Yep. A lot of times just winning any hand can be pretty big. So.
That's true.
Especially as dealer, because then you get to be dealer again. And if they declare reach, there's the chance for all the reach bonuses, so that can make a big hand from something that otherwise would be cheap.
And a dealer reach is kind of scary too. Makes people go like, get off me a lot more easier, in my opinion.
Ashi is going for a flush hand, and it's pretty slow, but they're getting closer.
Ashi's like, hey, oh yeah, now they're going, opening their hand and just going, hey, watch this, I'm gonna get more points now.
Yeah. It could be a full flush hand, and that would be 8,000.
Oh my gosh, yes. Ashi would love to see that.
Yeah.
Especially since they're minus 5.4 right now, and they need to make up some points. Those scores that you see at the underneath of the person's names are the overall scores. That's been coming. Okay, Cashew Zero. Does it push? Pushes a safe tile against. So that's good.
So Furious on the left has a trap weight because it's the North Wind, and also the 8 of characters is a Suji tile. So someone might discard it thinking that it's safe, and a Suji tile is one that's 3 away, and it becomes safe against certain types of hands. Cashew has a decision here, though.
Yeah. Are they gonna go? Yes, go! All you can. Delta Sierra says, I'm out of here. You two play. You two can play. Yeah, discards the 4, just says, I'm not having any part of this.
Yeah.
This is
Oh, there's the
no,
north
Delta
wind.
Sierra is gonna discard the north. Oh,
Okay.
okay. Sees who narrowly avoids that.
A lot of times, people might just discard those wind tiles, but this time it's
Yeah.
not safe.
Yeah,
So
not
Delta Sierra
safe.
does a good job of holding on to it, but
Yeah.
do they have a safe tile? Oh, they do.
Yeah. Ooh, that was rough. Ooh, Delta Sierra avoids that. Boy, that would have been not good. Delta,
Yeah.
not good at all. So just gets away with Tenpai payments, 1,500 in this case because 2 people are in Tenpai. Ooh, Ferris with already an Anko of the Red Dragon here.
Wow.
Nice. Cashew has a nice, good-looking hand. Has some middle tiles, maybe Tanya, and also Dora. So Delta Sierra is looking good. Has a pinch on weight in the 1-2. Kind of getting close, so good hand in there. Ashy seems a little bit further away. Has some way to scale.
Cashew and Fierce, I would say, have the hands that you want to see as a player in this room.
That is good hands. Cashew's like, yes, I would really like very much to keep my east. Oh, and draws a tile. Doesn't call the G, draws end of the tile, and just goes like, hey, I would really like to draw. Looking good, looking good. They have that 8 Anko, that 8 triplet of bamboo. Might use that for their pair, you know.
Wow. All of a sudden, Fierce has drawn 5 pairs, so it's a potential 7 pairs hand.
Sunship draws another 2. Can
beat all triplets though.
Ooh.
So. Or it could be just a red dragon hand. And they choose all triplets. Discard the Dora.
Discards the Dora.
Cashew has a really nice hand here, but it's not Tenpai.
No, they really want to draw in that Rionman weights.
Yeah, the draws are huge though, because like 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 of characters would get them to Tenpai, or 3, 4, 5, 6 of circles would get them there.
Plus, if they draw like the 4th tile, they could con and then Richi, right?
Yeah. If they get to Tenpai, they would still need another tile.
And that's...
They can call, but...
they don't.
I think they want the value just because their weight is so good. If they can keep their hand closed, then...
Cash...
Oh, good.
No. Cashew Zero is trying.
It always feels bad when you have a hand that has this many weights and you never draw them.
Oh, and especially when they aren't able to get to Tenpai.
Yeah.
5,200. Good solid hand from Fierce, you know? Good value. And places have swapped. Ashy Yuna's kind of must be smarting about that.
Yeah.
Ooh, Delta Sierra has maybe an outside chance hand. Wait, even...
Wow. Yeah.
I was going to say Junchan, but with that double red dragon draw, maybe might just go for a quicker hand. Okay.
They have the chance for a mixed triple sequence with the 7, 8, 9 in every suit. And they do have a Dora, so, and the outside hand, so that could be pretty valuable if they can win it. Furious is also going for that 7, 8, 9 mixed triple sequence. So.
Ooh, the dueling mixed triple sequences.
Yeah.
Oh, another Dora. Ooh.
Yeah. Big draws all over.
Yeah. Delta Sierra is hyped about that, I bet. Once maybe could... getting even closer. So they can call either the 1-pin, now that they have a Yaku, the 1-pins for Dora and also the Reds, because they have a Yaku as a Chanta or outside.
It's looking like a 12,000 point hand if they can win it.
Oh, Delta Sierra is so close. Will this... will this go for them, or will they get killed by just a regular small hand from somebody else?
Cashew has the
sevens,
triplets of Northwind for Cashew. Could be a really cheap hand that ends it.
Oh, that would be a heartbreaker for Delta Sierra.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're seeing
Cashew.
It's hard. It's hard because the sevens are being taken by Ashy, so the dream is only one left. And
it's worse because Delta Sierra has no way of knowing that, so it looks like there's no sevens anywhere, and they have a good weight.
Heartbreaker for this is what you can see at home, everybody. The hope is dying.
There's one left though, so it's not over.
That's true. That's true. You got a point there, DDR Dan. Does Delta Sierra pushes? Pushes. There's another 8. No. Ashy wants that 5-8. Oh, here's the 8 then, but there's a 7 in Cashew's hand, so maybe he won't get rid of it.
We didn't mention, but Ashy is free 10 as well, so they can't actually win it off of someone else.
Delta Sierra's like, where's my tiles? I want to call. I want
Furious
to call.
is holding the red dragon.
I
and
want
not
to
discording
call.
it.
No, this is so good. The dream. Oh, and Ashy, even in Furry 10, self-draws, and so can call the hand. It negates the Furry 10.
And the Uradora.
It's a Mongon. Oh. Delta Sierra pissed. Ashy Unity happy.
So Delta Sierra is going to fall to last. And they had to pay more points because they were the dealer.
How is that? They have such a good hand, trying to make it work, and then just doesn't get the tiles. That's Mahjong for you, people. Meanwhile, Ashy has another kind of out, Sanshoku hand with the 7-8-9s have come up again. So
somehow we're seeing a lot of 7-8-9s in this round or this game.
That's true. Delta Sierra has a good hand though. Has 2 Dora and also is kind of close. Their has good shapes, so maybe they can make up for that.
Yeah.
Last round. Ashy's still a little further away. Again, we were talking about having that Sanshoku 7-8-9, that mixed triple sequence shape.
Oh, good draw for Delta Sierra.
Yeah, and also a good draw for Ashy as well.
Yeah.
Ferris is still a bit away, but has a Dora in their hand.
Oh.
And Cashew Zero has a completed shape, and good shapes there. So we'll see. Trying to build another block.
Ashley can discard the 3 of characters here and get an outside hand, and looks like that's what they're going to do.
Yeah.
Outside hands are usually really rare and not that good to go for, but here it makes sense. And it's kind of been happening a lot on this table, it feels like. Where it kind of makes sense to go for an outside hand.
Yeah, maybe it's feeling that way, the flow.
Yeah.
It's funny because they're waiting for the Dora, which is the 7-2. It's sort of hard for it to come out, right?
So this time it's Delta Sierra who's probably going to hold all those 7s that prevent Ashy from winning instead of the other way around.
Yeah, maybe getting revenge. Holding the West as a safe tile, kind of, but there aren't any Wests out right now. So, but for now, it's kind of okay for them, I guess. So.
Yeah. And there's draw for Cashew.
Yeah, that's a big draw. 5 is that in Tempai? Waiting on the 2 and 5, right? Maybe wants to see if they can get a better weight. Ooh, yes, Ashy. That's huge draw for Ashy.
It's an outside hand, mixed triple sequences, and a Dora to make it 5,800.
Well, we've got 3 Doras in people's hands. That's 7 characters, so it might look like that they have to self-draw it this time.
Cashew has been in Tenpai, but they can't win because they don't have a Yaku. So,
Yeah. Oh, will they reach 1, 2? Now that they have like a no, does not reach.
Delta Sierra calls. That's Tenpai, but now they have no Yaku. So
Wow, everyone's just calling for what's this called? K10? Like
yeah.
that means they're just waiting.
Yep.
They're just waiting that they want to get Tenpai so they don't have to make Tenpai payments at the end of the round. So this might be a Ricci, yes, because it's a Rionman weight with the 4-4-5, 4-5-5 to 4-5-3. Ashley really wanting this. That's another 7.
It's not going to discard it though. He'll discard that.
No, it doesn't. The dream has died for Ashley. Tenpai. And I wonder if Ashley's looking at Delta Sierra's hand and shaking his fist, going, "No, no, I could have been a contender." Yeah. But they keep their dealer, so.
It was a pretty easy shift there for Delta Sierra to keep the Tenpai and then change the weight so they didn't have to discard the 7 of characters. Yeah. But good thing they saw it.
Yeah. Delta Sierra avoiding that North deal-in earlier this game and also that 7 Dora deal-in.
Yeah.
Ashley's hand developing quite nicely, drawing that 8 next to a completed meld of the 4, 5, 6 dots, so that's good. Ooh, and also completes that. Wow. Looking good for Ashley, almost in 2 away from Tenpai with good-looking shapes.
Delta Sierra, though, is very close this time. A lot of draws are going to get them to Tenpai. And they can, yeah. They can get an all simples hand, too. Another Dora for Ashley, though.
Wow, that's huge draw.
Yeah.
And they can incorporate it in their hand. Wow.
Ooh.
Fierce is almost there. Oh, no. Has another draw. Oh, no. Will Ashley's dreams die with this?
Yeah.
Let's see. Oh, but the 4 drops comes out, the 4 BAM, so they can at least still discard that and still be safe. They don't have to destroy their hand just yet.
Yeah. We're going to see how hard everyone wants to push their hands.
Ashley does push.
Yeah.
3. Delta Sierra says, I want to go too. And it's a hard one for Ashley. What are they? They're just like, I'm going.
Yeah, she's in Tenpai though. Oh, this is Dylan.
Oh no, Delta Sierra, no.
No Uradora, but still, it's going to be 3,900.
Yeah, that's half a Mongon.
Yeah.
Half a Mongon.
So, Delta Sierra did have the first round win, so they'll have some points to spare, but they might be losing it here.
Yeah, that is hard to come back. What did you think of that push there, DDR Dan?
It makes a lot of sense when you're in Tenpai, just to kind of, it's hard to fold if you're already in Tenpai.
Yeah, true that.
Oh, triplet of green dragons for the Diller Fierce in this round.
Yeah. Might want to just kind of take it to close the gap with Ashy, yeah?
Yeah, we're going to have to see if they want to switch to a flush hand, which will be slower but a lot more points, or just win a fast and cheap hand if they can. So,
we might have seen that if that 4 BAM came out from Ashy, but did not.
Mm-hmm. Ashy draws a Dora, but oh, there's a call, and
there's a call.
Here's the decision point.
Oh, going for the flush.
Yeah.
Fierce goes, I want value.
Yeah.
Give me value. And Kashi has a good draw. Completes that meld of the bamboos, 2, 3, 4. Oh, yes. Fierce loved that draw. Now can have 2 melds, 3, 5, and 6, 8. So, call.
Yeah. That's a good draw for Cashew, though. But their hand is just going to be reach only if they take it, and they do take it.
They do take it, okay. They're betting on the Champagne weight. Maybe that 9, they're like, hey, that 9 might come out. I don't know.
Right now, 1 is discarded, and then 2 other weights are in Ashy's hand, so there's only 1 weight left in the wall.
let's see. People will push.
Oh,
Oh, Delta Sierra
That's
comes
a
out with a
push.
Ricci of their own. They're like, oh, no, I'm doing it. I'm just going for it. I don't care. Okay. Ferris runs away. Says, I'm not. Oh, no. And it's going, dang, I just discarded that. It's like, all right, I'll discard it.
Oh, there it is.
Oh,
Sierra gets one.
Sierra. Oh, Kaku chasing Ricci. Let's see if this pays off. 39, 52. Ooh, nice.
Uradora too. That was really, that was a big Uradora to get. So,
Badly needed by Delta Sierra. Wanted to get out of last. So, yeah. So Cashew Zero. Oh, got some good shapes there too. I bet they're happy. Ooh, Gatsadora can incorporate it with that 4-6. Delta Sierra is also having a little bit further away, has some tiles to get there. Ashy has some good shapes too as well. Ferris is just kind of going on a rampage. It's just like, I want to get to. My dealer is over, but I think they just are maybe tilted. I don't know.
maybe just trying to advance the game and hold on to second for now, and then
Cashew Zero is saying, you want to go fast? I can go fast too.
Yeah. This is almost an outside hand as well.
Yeah, that's true. But
this is Tenpai.
Yeah, but wants to keep that Dora. Probably is going to discard that one Bam.
Yeah.
And does. All right.
Unfortunately, it's free 10 though.
Yeah,
they
with
discard that 4. Yeah.
That's a bummer.
So
That's a bummer.
they aren't going to be able to win off of anyone else's discard right now, and they'll just have to draw it on their own.
Let's see if they can do the dream like Ashy did the dream. Cashew was like, I want to learn from you, Ashy, and just draw it when I am in for E10.
Yeah.
So we'll see. Ooh, another 6. Another 6 Dora. And then just like...
Unfortunately for Fierce, it's still not Tenpai. So
No. Just so close, yet so far.
that's Tenpai.
That's okay. Speaking of which, they got into Tenpai. So their 2,000 point hand might be coming in for Fierce.
All of the 5 of bamboos are in other players' hands, and then 2 of the 2 bamboos are there in Cashew's hand.
Will they cheat? No cheat.
Yeah.
They can't because they're already in them. They're just waiting.
Yeah.
It would just destroy their hand if they didn't cheat. Yeah, they were kind of like, maybe I can go 2 backwards. And then, no.
Yeah.
But it's good that they're watching. They're like, yeah, I know I'm in for A10. Maybe this tile will get me out. So.
Yeah. Oh, there it is.
Oh, the dream! The dream.
That's the second furry 10 sumo that we've seen.
Furry 10 sumo.
Must be the trick. You go furry 10 and then you get more luck.
Yeah, that's right. You open your hand, make sure you're in furry 10, and then self-draw.
Yeah.
While you're dealer. Yes. So Dora is the white dragon, which Delta Sierra is loving it right now. Would really like to get that.
Oh. Yeah.
Yeah, good hand development. They're almost in Tenpai. They can. Oh, will that white dragon come out? No, doesn't come out.
It might come out later though if Cashew's hand improves.
That's right. Not with a 9-pin like draw. Oh, it does come out. I thought they weren't going to discard it, but they said yes. I want the 9.
It's going to be an easy 8,000 points for Delta Sierra if he can just win the hand.
Get the Tenpai. It was one away with his draw. Does it help? Kind of. Not really. Discards the 2.
I think that was a little bit inefficient there, but it may not matter. So.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see.
I think it was probably the 9 of bamboo or the 3 of bamboo is better, but not sure that.
Yeah. Again, it is the heat of the moment. Maybe there is something that Delta Sierra sees that we don't.
Yeah.
Let's see if Kashi will discard that 8.
Chi.
Yes, it does.
So
Does the Chi. Discards
there's
the
the
9.
Tenpai. Yeah.
There's the Tenpai.
Furious. Oh.
Oh, and yes, Delta Sierra gets revenge. He says, I remember that earlier. Gets that Mongon. Ashi
Ooh.
is just whoa. And do we have a placement change to second? Not quite to get in first for
Wow.
Ferris, but Delta Sierra is now dealer, sitting pretty with their win. Let's see if the flow persists.
It's gonna be intense in the last couple rounds because everyone's so close for first.
Yes. So now this is not a runaway game for first, so it's anyone's game right now. Even if
Yeah.
Kashi Zero like gets a Mongon off of someone, can rocket up
Yep.
into first place as well. So, and it's looking pretty good. Oh, but Delta Sierra already in
Sierra.
Ricci. Only take the 7 dot weight. No, stays
No reach.
in Tenpai. Wants to better that weight.
Yep.
Doesn't go for that. Okay. Wants to improve their weight.
Yep. So for the other hands, Furious has 2 Dora.
Oh,
Sumo.
and doesn't reach it, but still gets the sumo. Hank just takes the win and just goes, give me my next dealer.
Yeah.
1500, that's okay.
I think
Wonder what that Dora
yeah,
would have looked like.
that gets them to first at least, but it's always a little bit sad to get that sumo without a reach because you lose out on a lot of points. But
Yeah.
it's a nice thing to get at sumo anyway. So,
Yeah, that's hard to say. It's hard to know.
yeah.
I maybe go back. I bet if this was a live game, some people do rabbit chasing and go like, what was that, Dora? No, you don't get to see that. You
Yeah.
don't get to see that, Dora.
Yeah.
Sorry, you didn't reach.
Yep. Mhm. Anyway, since the hand was pretty cheap, it's still very close, and Furious is putting together a hand. They're 1 away, and they do have a Dora, so. And they're really close. They're right in there for the battle for first. So
Yeah, they would love to reach. We will probably see we might see a Ricci for Ferris, even though if it's a bad weight. So if they
Yeah.
pair up that 3, 4, 5, they might just take the 3 Kanchan, the gut shot weight for that 2-4 shape, because it's so close. You know.
yeah. Oh, that's the good draw though.
Oh,
So
that's
they
the
got a
good draw.
way.
That's the good way. They draw it, and they are just. That's
And
interesting. They didn't take the 3-4 though, right? Oh wait.
this is the correct way.
Oh yeah, that's
'Cause
right.
it's a
Because
5-8.
that's their pair.
Yeah,
They're 5-8. So 5-8. So
we can see here if Delta Sierra were to push, they'd probably have to discard a 5 or 8 of characters and deal in, but
that is rough.
looks like he's gonna fold right now at least.
リーチ
Oh, and a
Oh,
7
the
pairs
push.
reach.
Oh dang! The weight on the 7,
Yeah.
but there's already a 7 in
Yeah.
Ferris's hand.
Oh,
Oh, so low for Ferris.
that might.
That might be
That's-
enough.
Yeah.
Urador on top of that, Mongon gets hits off of Delta Sierra because our dealer has to pay double. He's pissed. That Uradora, the dream.
Yeah. The 8,000 points, that might seal the round, but there's still one more, so we'll see what happens.
Yeah. Delta Sierra not liking that, but has maybe an E-Payco chance increased value.
Yeah.
Ashley's like, what happened? I want second. It's only a 1,100 point difference. Excuse me, 1,100 point difference.
Yeah.
But Delta Sierra draws another Dora.
Cash
Ferris.
used to feel bad about that last hand though, because they had 7 pairs, and they could, if they got lucky, they could have gotten a Haimon for 12,000 points, and it would have been an instant comeback. but they didn't get it.
That's Mahjong, people.
Yeah.
That's Mahjong. They're like, my dream, 7, I'm gonna reach. Oh, there's the Orador. If I had 1, I'd only get it. Ashy goes like, oh, sorry, I want to get second, Delta. I'm gonna get second.
Oh,
Maybe
man.
a Sanshoku. Yeah, mixed sequence with a 1, 2, 3 would be enough.
Oh, no call.
No call to get to Tenpai, because it probably would not be enough. Again, that would only be maybe 1,000 points, right?
Yeah, they are dealer, so they would get to keep going as dealer, but it's a lot of points. If they can get the 1 of circles, it's the Dora and the mixed triple sequences. So, that's Tenpai though.
Yeah, they
And
just
now they
take
give it up.
Tenpai. Yeah. The ones are in most people's hands. There's like 3 of them, so that's going to be hard, especially since they are actually like fitting in their hands.
Yeah.
But there's still 1 in the wall, so we'll see.
Delta Sierra gets a good draw there, but he's still 1 away, and Ashy is there. So
yeah, is already there. So
Cashew could be at risk of discarding the 1 of circles.
would they?
Not right now.
Doesn't. North is safe. Wow,
Oh,
this is the battle for second.
Furious all of a sudden has a full flesh hand.
Oh my
almost.
gosh! Just like, give me more points. I want it. They
there it
do
is.
cheat. They're gonna go for Chinitsu full flush.
The weight is so crazy.
So good.
Oh,
The
God.
con. The con. Will
Look at
they-
all those red tiles, though.
Oh no! No Rinshan.
No.
Fierce is looking at their hand going, what? Do I improve my weight? No? Does that improve my weight? No?
Oh,
no! Oh no! Oh no! Wrong! 8,000 points!
No, the Dora is gonna make it 12,000.
Oh my gosh, even more! 4,000 points more! Ashy going down!
And that's dropping to last. Oh no.
No!
Some huge point swings there.
Oh my
at the
gosh,
very end.
going fourth, almost getting in second to going dead last. Heartbreaker for Ashy. Delta Sierra going, phew, glad that wasn't me.
Well, there's
That
no way
con.
to really tell that Furious had such a big hand there.
No, look at their discards. There won't. It didn't really show that there was much overflow, was it? Except for that eight so that came out. So heartbreaker for Ashy. Oh man.
An interesting rule of thumb that people use is that if someone's going for a flush hand, usually you can kind of assume they're not Tenpai until they discard a tile from that suit. But sometimes it's not true, and you might deal in. But people kind of use that rule of thumb sometimes. So,
Yeah, interesting game.
yeah.
All of these games I've been watching have been pretty interesting, and also coming down to the wire, right? You know.
Yeah.
It's like- I think first and second, even though people want to get first, yes, for that added value, like that battle for second is the difference between gaining points and losing points.
Yeah. So,
All right, so now we're gonna look at the leftover matches in this round. The one with the biggest swing last round, the one with Bonarch and Jackius and KJH. Let's take a look at that one.
Okay, let's see if Bonarch can get back. And Bonarch is... Oh no, a repeat of the last game. No, Bonarch, what are you doing?
Yeah, I'm trying to match up the Mahjong soul names because they're pretty different from the registered player names. I'll get back to you.
Will they change their weight? Yes. No? Oh, just avoiding, huh? Doesn't want to push it. They were in Tenpai, but was saying, well, I have enough points, you take it.
I think if they get the full flush though.
Oh, is that what? No. Bonarch deals in again, and the hurting doesn't stop for Bonarch. Maybe he should be known as Boned Arc. He's so boned. No, No, it wasn't Bone Arc. It was BL. I'm sorry, Bone Arc. Why am I hating on you so much? Okay. Bone Arc really wants to make this happen for themselves.
Yeah.
Has an East, so maybe can wrench on.
Yeah.
But Jack is looking pretty good with that dot sheet in there. Yeah.
As long as you have a dealer turn, you have some hope, and that's a good draw.
That's a good draw. They get the Anko. Now they have a Yaku, so they can call like crazy.
Oh, another good draw.
They complete
still
that.
Have some hope.
Yeah, Bonark, I believe in you. Come on.
They could be trying to convert over to half flush here, though.
Yeah, okay. This card doesn't go with the con. We're like, oh, you con. Okay. Kind of upgrades like some good floating tiles for Bonark. So it's like, I don't need the 1. I want the 3.
Oh, Jack has made a slight efficiency error by not discarding the 8 of circles.
Yeah, and it comes back to bite them.
Yeah.
It looks so good because they're like, yeah, I have, a completed meld, but you have 3 7s and 3 9s, so like, just like they're completed. So
usually you don't have to discard from that shape though, so I think they were kind of confused. But they're anyways.
Yeah, they just do it. They're like, I'm gonna do it. Discard the 9. Just wants the points and just goes like, I want points now.
So 2 players in reach.
Going like, what the?
Going even farther in the.
Bonark is bone dark right now. Sinking further and going to the last wall. Jackass is laughing with his 60,000 points. Oh my gosh. Another big swing. Heartbreaker.
So
Jackies wants that because they're negative right now. They're minus 12.7. They're like, I need more points. I need it. Okay, GH might be going for a half flush Honitsu right there. So trying to get. Ooh, good draw. Yaku already.
Yeah.
Are they going to discard the 3? No, shows off the 7. Says, hey, I am going for Honitsu.
Yeah. Oni ball on the right draws a Dora, and their hand gets closer.
Yeah, really close, right? Yeah, pretty close.
They're in a battle for last.
Ooh,
so
KJH gets another good draw.
Yeah.
Oh, but why are they holding on to that 3?
They might be trying to make their hand look a little confusing.
Okay.
The 1 was pretty hard to use.
Oni Ball's like, please let this happen for me.
Yeah.
I want to get more points, maybe.
Oh, no.
Oh, KJH is just going, yes, come on, let's go. They really want to make this happen.
If they have a dream of all honor tiles.
Yeah.
Doesn't.
What are they gonna do? But they see 2 Souths already, and it's kind of hard. So they go, like, all right.
Yeah.
Why push? Ooh, Oniball draws the 5 for a gut shot completion of the 4/6 shape. So reach.
And this reach.
Champong wait. No baton wait. 5/8. No wait.
No.
Yeah,
Champong,
5.
You're right.
5 and 7.
Yeah.
They would love to draw that extra Dora.
Yeah.
The pushing dangerous tile to push. KJH go like, let's go, boys! Let's
no
go!
Fear.
No fear. This is just too tasty. Even though it's a, Ishanten? No, it's a, maybe Sansanten?
Yeah, it's pretty far away.
It's pretty far. Gosh, pushing just, having to push, they push the 5 on and 4, and they're just like, okay. Then they go, okay, the 8 is dangerous.
Bonark got the left. Oh, they discard the 2 of circles, but
Bonarch is like, I want to win. Okay, the 5 had already come out earlier. They're gonna discard it. KJH. What are they gonna do? Maybe they're gonna switch. 7-8 dot shape looks good for them. Maybe they can squeak out a Tempai from here.
oh, that.
Oh no, Bone Dark gets boned some more. Doesn't deal the Dora, but deals. I think he just goes straight to the standings. Bone Arc switching. That's the end. Jackie is sitting pretty with 60,000. Jim Hodis, oh man, I'm glad I didn't deal in. And BL gets a little bit more points. Still negative, stops the bleeding a little bit, and at the cost of Bonarch 712 falls down the cliff. Unfortunately, was last in the other one and has a similar swing from last game. Bone Dark, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
One of the things I've found out is it's really hard to play in tournaments when you like fall really far behind early because you don't know what to like. You just have to kind of push more to try to make up the points, and then a lot of times you keep falling farther behind, and then you just can't do anything.
You can't do anything, and then you have to play in the tournament still. You know?
Yeah.
I mean, if you Bone Dark, now this is a true test. Like, keep on playing the tournament for the last 2 rounds, even though it's. But hey, maybe they can just get double Yakumons on all.
Yeah.
But maybe that's why you really play Mahjong, not for the winning, but for how badly you can lose in the tournament.
Yeah.
Oh, rough.
Eventually, you have to go for Yakumon every hand when you get too far behind.
Yeah, it's a what they call Yakuman Shibari. This Shibari is a rule set where you can only go for a certain value of hand and can't go for lower values. So you might hear like Ryanhan Shibari, which is like a 2-han at least hand. And now he's playing Yakuman Shibari.
Yeah.
Anyways, tips and tricks. So whenever you and J-Cakes are ready to take it out, this is the F-Man. It's been a joy to comment the first opening rounds of Top 32. Hopefully you thought that this was... and I got to give a hand to DDR Dan, the more expert player, I must say it. He's a ho-ho player in Tenho. So when you're listening to this, pay attention more to DDR Dan than what the F-Man is saying. So, thanks, DDR Dan.
Yep, you're welcome.
Yeah, that was good.
All right. So, as you guys may have noticed, I accidentally pushed the wrong button. The standings are out already. The players have all completed their matches, so we'll take a look at it here just before we say goodbye to Frenetic and DDR Dan.
Yes, goodbye. We'll see you tomorrow. I'll see you tomorrow for semifinals. But until then.
Yep. Semifinals and finals tomorrow. It's going to be big. Don't miss it.
Don't miss it. Oh no! Wicked Tricking beats Super Yana in the battle of the FGC people. Let's see. Korak comes out again in first place. Bet they're really happy. Light Pink Yoshi always shaking their fist against Korak, the nemesis. Going like, I want to be first, Korak. I was good in tournaments too, you know. Budster coming out with another first. So I don't know that player. Nico Won't coming up again. We watched them earlier in the scramble. Came on pretty strong. Delta Sierra, the hope from my home club, La Palme. Yes, comes out with another first. Oh wait.
Yeah,
Was
these are total scores. So this is both
I
first
see.
and second added together.
Okay. I see. Okay, thank you for that clarification. So they're in the running above Korak, but we have Ito-san, KJH, and Budster at the top 3. But again, it's top 8. Top 8.
All right.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, so that match ended really quickly. We're going to give our players a little halftime break here. They will be starting at about 7. And we will be joined by myself and J-Cakes, as Frenetic alluded to. So,
Yeah.
thank you for commentating, Frenetic. Thank you for
Thanks
commentating,
for having
DDR
us.
Dan. And
Yeah.
we will see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow. Peace out.
For the
Bye.
audience here, thank you. We'll be taking a short break just before we get started. I gotta take that call.
Bye, everybody. Check y'all later.
Hey, everybody, we are back. Your commentators for the rest of the tournament are myself, Tipzntrix, and J Cakes. What's up?
Ayaya, ayaya.
Ayaya from the land down under. The
Exactly.
ayaya from down under. All right. So, J Cakes, do you have any dogs in this fight? Do you have any favorites? As we bring up the standings here once again, I'm sure you guys got a good look at it during the break.
Well, if we are allowed to speak to our personal biases, Light Pink Yoshi for sure. Korak is also a big favorite of mine. I didn't actually know Super Yan, but because of the narrative you've told me, I am very much in favor of Super Yan. Although it looks like she's going to have a bit of an uphill struggle, but you know what? This is how every good underdog story starts. You got to start out struggling, and then through the struggle, you break through.
Yeah, some people were mentioning, oh, TO's rigged the bracket. They put the two FGC heroes in the same bracket because Crooked Tricking is a big TO and a fighting game player himself.
Oh, okay.
But it was.
Are those our two big fighting games?
Yeah,
people in the
FGC.
32? Oh,
but it was actually all seeded. It was actually all seeded fairly by what they placed in the scramble rounds. So.
And of course, I'm gonna say a bias towards just the people I know. So like Delta Sierra, it's good to see him near the top, and Queenie. You know what? I like her aggressive play, so I'm looking forward to seeing her go from -2.1 to 62.1.
Yeah. So here we've got some breaking news, I guess you could say. We were just watching Furious, his table, and he has announced that he is planning on departing Mahjong after this tournament. He's planning on retiring Mahjong after this tournament. So let's see if he can put on a big show to finish here. He's still definitely in the running.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes life comes at you fast, so it's kind of sad to see someone that I've definitely seen around. I've definitely seen Furious around. So yeah, I hope for the best. And let's have a good finals. Have him rip it out.
Yeah. All right, and I am getting our data for the next match coming in. Just got to check the announcements here for the table setup. We are actually watching the same table that we had just switched to at the very end. Not the match that we were watching most of the other time, but if we're going back to that table, we can see if Bonark can make a comeback here. This should be pretty interesting. Okay.
Good luck to the Frenchman. Gotta represent Montreal. Gotta get that salty run back.
So in the meantime, there's about a couple minutes before we get started here.
Oh, okay. Yeah, fair enough. So. For anyone who wasn't watching the first two rounds, which unfortunately does include me because I was asleep because it's in the morning for us. Tips, could you give me a 2-minute hot and fast, anything massive happened, anything hypey happened in the first two rounds?
I mean, these scores are quite something. There are some close rounds, and there are some rounds pretty far away. But that previous hand when we were watching on the Bonark table, just some unfortunate luck for Bonark, kept dealing in a couple times, and some big, there was a dice Angen chance coming up. Didn't quite happen, but it was very close.
So, as a general discussion, we're entering into the rounds 3 and 4. Only first gets by, so you know, who cares what other position you get, essentially. So, you reckon? What do you think about like targeting? So, like, especially in like round 3, I don't know, someone like in maybe say, like a Queenie's position where they're not in they're in the middle of the pack, but first is very far off. Do you reckon there's going to be some targeting, or do you reckon maybe that's a bit too, like, you know, fancy and you should just play the stock stand and Mahjong and try to get first? Oh, okay. No,
I think targeting's definitely valuable. I mean, when it comes down to the 4th game, that's when you'll really see it, I feel. I feel like in the 3rd game, a lot of times you still want to be just going for your score. But, you know, in a case like this very specific game here, you know, Bonark might have to be targeting in order to try and get the right people. But I think that's definitely a lot of a 4th game kind of thing.
I'm so glad to see 1-0. Alright, yeah, East 1, we have Jackius in East, KJH in the South Seat, Onibal in the West Seat, and Banak in the North Seat. Dora is the 3-pin, and it's a pretty early call here for KJH.
Yeah, this is... Ooh, there's a second Dora for Jackius, making this a lot more interesting. Like,
Tempai.
Yep, KJH, a very interesting Tempai. Tempai on the Dora only. Interesting to see if this early Jackius might give up the Dora if he draws the 2-pin. Might not think he's Tempai yet.
Seems to be committing to that Chitoy line.
Yep, the 7 pairs line. Well, that means that Jackius...
Oh, sorry, I was going to say horseradish, the numbers underneath the names represent the total scores that they have coming into this round. So it's for you to get some perspective on like what they need to actually, you know, get the positions they need.
Alright.
Sorry about that.
Here we have, you know, KJH has switched his Tempai so that he doesn't have to wait on the door. And 7 pairs Tempai, but if Jackius throws that 1-pin... Oh, the 1-pin! Both players need the 1-pin. KJH finds it.
I mean, to be fair, KJH had a fairly wide weight, so them Samoing is not shocking, but you know,
that's true.
The dealer Dama Chitoy Dora is pretty big, and oh my god, look at this opening hand.
Yeah, this is 1 away, but KJH won't be able to use the double East. Like, they won't be able to use the triplet for the value of it if they take that Tempai. Of course, they do have a pretty simple path here of just calling the East and using the 4 and the 7 so as a pair weight at the end. You know, on the right here, Onibal might have a pure straight in the Manzu suit. We'll see. Doesn't look like they'll be able to move it to flush or full flush, though. Too many tiles in the other suits. Bonark here. This isn't terrible. It would normally be okay, but just KJH's hand very threatening right now. And Jackius on the left. Oh, draws a Dora. It does fit into their hand. But Jackius's hand's coming along at a decent rate as well. Like, normally, if you're 2 away from Tempai or Ryanchanten at the end of the first line, you're not doing too badly. But because everyone's hand is so fast this time, 2 away at the end of the first line of discards is gonna be a problem.
I think Onibal still keeping their options open, either that 1, 2, 3 mixed triple sequences, or the or as you said, the pure straight 1 through 9 in the Manzu.
Yeah, and there's the call from KJH. Definitely has to think about how it goes. I mean, the call's worth 2 Han, so it easily makes sense for KJH to take it. But their hand has taken a very weird shape here.
A pretty wide 1 away though. Like,
yeah.
So many times.
But
2, 3, 4, 5, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Yeah.
Something like that.
It's going to be pretty interesting because they have the two Han from the east and they have the Dora. Unless they can draw another Dora, they're not quite gonna hit Mangan. But I mean, KJH is already in the lead. It's probably not a big deal. Interesting draw here for Jackius. Does keep it. So Jackius 1 away from Tempai as well. And across the table, Bonark 1 away as well. This could actually be a serious comeback hand. Oniball still working. Maybe they won't get the full straight in the end. Yeah, so this is the sort of interesting part of KJH's hand that I was mentioning. Now they do end up with a single weight on the 3-mon. Of course, Onibal will want the 3-mon here. Could switch to the 1-mon, set what's called the Suji trap. If a player has a normal kind of weight, they call them Ryanmen or two-sided. If they're waiting on the if they had the 2-3-mon in hand, waiting on the 4 and the 1, they would be Furiten because the 4-mon is in their discard. But KJH doesn't have that kind of weight. KJH has a single weight, so they are waiting on the 1. Very interesting maneuver. And swaps the weight and just gets punished. Onibal calling, almost guaranteed on the... Well, they have two options. They can go with the full straight, or they can call the Souths as Yakuhai to get their Han to try and get out of this. And Jackius does find Tempai. Single weight on the 3 of dots, 3-pin. KJH gets the weight improvement. Gets to 5 and 8. Although, I almost wonder, even though there's technically more tiles, it might be less likely to get the tile.
I think KJH is also in an interesting position of having to decide how much they want to fight, considering the fact that, well, I mean, the person chasing them is second place.
That is the one tile that fits Onibal's hand, and there it goes.
KJH was actually pretty happy about that one.
I
It
guess
was a very cheap hand that shut down the second place Yuichi, so
that is
nothing to be unhappy about, at least.
Of course, I'm sure KJH won that 3 Han dealer hand. But it is what it is. Now in this hand, Onibal looks like they're probably going to go all insides or Tanyao hand. Bonark on the right, already calling. Looks to make a small hand. Could accept the 3-pin Dora though, connect to that 4-pin. Across the table, Jackius has 2-3-4 in Pinzu and 2-3 in Manzu. And there's the 2-4 in Sozu, so we could be looking at mixed triple sequence Sanshoku Dojun. On the left, KJH already called the Red Dragon. Doesn't really look like they can add any more value to their hand, so that looks like it's going to be a small one. Of course, KJH would like to advance. Yeah, so what do you think about the small hand from Bonark here, considering the sort of point lead or point deficit they're in right now?
So, my opinion is probably that Bonark is at such a point deficit where it has stopped becoming an issue of I need to win big hands and started to become an issue of I need to win a lot of hands, and preferably a lot of big hands. So, like, sort of from the outset, Bonark's hand did not have any value at all. It was pretty garbage, unfortunately. So I can understand the mentality of just wanting to call cheaply so that it gets to your dealership faster.
That's right.
So that you can just start your repeats, because you need to do a lot of your repeats as well. What I didn't suspect, and I would be surprised if Bonark suspected it as well, is there is a backdoor Hanetsu. And there is, not to say that it's just more very unexpected, because...
Yep, and indeed he's going for it. Did not take the Tempai there.
Yeah. So when presented with the option to make their hand a lot more expensive, they have...
Can Onibal evade again? Onibal evaded with the 8, but comes out now, and KJH cashing in with a small hand. It was made a little bigger by the Khan. It was moved up to 40 Fu because of that Red Dragon Khan. That's worth 300 more points. I mean, not much, but it's something. Yeah, and
time for one of Bonark's last stands. He's gonna have to make this dealership do some work in order to catch up the point deficit.
Unfortunately, this hand not looking too great. Like, not really callable here. It does have a Dora, but it's also isolated. On the right, Jackius has got a pair of white dragons, and they'll probably see that one that does not call it, but draws it! But draws it! The last white dragon in the wall! Across the table, you see KJH already moving fast, called their own win for Yakuai. Is looking at a couple interesting two-sided weights in their hand, but still not really complete. And on the left, Onibal has got like a full meld, 1, 2, 3 Sozu, and it's got 7, 8 Sozu as well. So Onibal looks to be 2 away with some decent weights. Bonark really feeling the sting of not being able to call here because he doesn't have any guaranteed Yaku in his hand. Yeah, other players just sort of speeding by. Like, you made a good point last hand in that not every hand is going to be a big hand. Even if you're this far behind, sometimes you just have to play to win with the hand you've got. So let's see if Bonark can make something of this, even if it's not big.
Especially because this is the dealership, so even if this hand is worthless, the next hand could be gold. You kind of want to sustain your dealership just in case. He is
Bonark getting some magical draws. Bonark 1 away? No, 2 away. 2 away.
2, yeah, but a good 2 away, which is a huge difference compared to how their hand looked like.
That's right.
Not 3 or 4 turns ago. So this is a pretty good 2 away.
Yeah. Oh, that's interesting.
Oh, the greed!
That is an interesting maneuver. I guess going for all simples here. Yeah. Oh, another draw.
Would have been 10 points.
Bonark 1 away now. 1 away on a bigger hand, assuming they get the 4 pin and not the 1 pin, because the 1 pin would ruin the all simple. Is that a call? It is a call. Wait, the Dora. Oh, this is super greedy. Dora only wait. Oh, actually, the other players. Oh, but that's not coming out. I don't think Onibal's releasing that.
Bonark is swimming alone.
Oh no, this is trouble. This is trouble.
Oh my gosh.
This is
I feel like I'm watching like a
Bonark.
slow-moving car crash.
Oh
it's really...
no, not like this. Actually, KJH got into Tenpai as well, and that's his tile. Oh, but Jackie's holds on to it. Jackie's holds on to it. All the Dora are spoken for. They're not out there anymore, but on the flip side, the 6-9 that KJH is waiting for, there's still 3 of them out there.
With how quick Bonark is discarding, who wants to bet that he's got auto win, auto discard? Unfortunate. But now does it? Oh, the screen flash. That's Ura.
Oh,
wait, no, it's not Ura. Right,
my
God.
Rizmo Dora.
Oh, adding the rich get richer indeed.
Yep.
Maybe not rich in this game, but rich overall. I think. Am I thinking of the right person?
Yeah, I think so.
No, I wasn't thinking of the right person. Sorry, my
well,
mistake.
second place. Yeah.
The rich don't get richer. We're dividing the wealth.
This hand, though, this is interesting. Jackie has pulled already a triplet of Wests. So that's pretty cool. And a 6, 7, 8 in the Manzu. That eats a Dora in it as well. KJH actually not looking too hot here, but does have the skeleton to form a mixed triples in the 1, 2, 3. We'll see what happens. Across the table, Onibal already winning, so might be okay just cashing in those red dragons. But the red dragons are their only pair right now. And on the left, this is not bad for Bonark either. This is not a bad comeback hand. It's got 2 Dora in it. It's got a lot of shapes, no completed melds yet. But could even go for 7 pairs with that. We'll see.
So, like, never to count someone out in Mahjong because, I mean, we saw Wave in the cat food.
That was insane.
So, I refuse to count anyone out. But Bonark is in a position where even despite winning hands like this, like say Bonark wins this hand, it will be good. And it will be very, very good and very, very important. But they need to win dealerships. Like, they either need to win dealerships or like Sambaimons, essentially, because
Hey,
they need to catch up to first place. First is the only thing that matters.
right. Because
So,
in this format, only the top player from each table is getting out, as you said. That's not a bad draw there.
yeah, the hand is definitely coming together, and if they can get like a Baimon, like a reach, all simple, 7 pairs, Dora Dora or something like that.
Oh, but the call is made.
Oh,
This is probably Max Mangan now. Oh, but Jackius is in Tenpai. Not the greatest weight here.
Oh no!
It's it.
Oh,
Oh,
never
the
mind.
tile. That's Jackius' winning tile. KJH immediately drops it. Ipatsuda. Ipatsu. One shot.
Oh, I was actually gonna say this could have gone really badly in the other direction, because if Jackius had chosen to take the edge 7 pin, they would have caught Bonark in what's called a Toitsu Otoshi, which is just like a pair cut, because Bonark was planning to cut a pair of 7 pins, so he would have basically slammed Bonark in the middle of cutting a pair.
Yeah, that's right. But Jackius there did hit the Uradora in between the 3rd and the 4th Han, so it was 3 Han, but with the Uradora 4 Han. That brings it up to a Mangan. That 4th Han is worth 6,000 points alone for the dealer in this situation. So that Uradora was actually massive, putting Jackius only 300 points out of first place. In this hand, Jackius already moving pretty well, looks to be 3 away, and with some decent shapes there. On the right, KJH has a completed 7-8-9 in the Pinzu suit, and a lot of pairs, the 4 pairs. Oh, KJH breaking the 7-8-9, might be going for 7 pairs. Across the table, that's another pair. That's 5 pairs already. And as we said the previous stream, when you have the extra Dora, sometimes it incentivizes you to go 7 pairs, because how else you can use the Dora. On the left, Bonark, 1 away, but not worth much. Like, there's actually no Yaku there, but it is 1 away. So there's that. Oh, the Dora.
I am actually interested in see how Bonark rips out some value from this hand, because I've been dismissing a lot of Bonark's hands as valueless, and he's definitely been bringing out the value in them. So I'm gonna see. I'm really curious to see how Bonark does this one.
Yeah, maybe it's Ura 3. Maybe that's the value.
Yeah.
Because this is a really hard hand to bring value out of, I would say, for Bonark here. This is almost like when you called the East, the pair of East, and I think it was East 1, it was just like, there was nothing the hand could do, so might as well take what you can get to prevent it from getting worse. Oh, but Jackie's reaches Tenpai first. Not a great weight here. Takes it anyway. That dealer Ricci is always threatening.
It's gonna scare a lot of people out of the pot. It's gonna, especially, I stand corrected. I thought KJH would be scared out of the hand.
Oh, Khan opportunity.
Khan?
Takes it as the dealer. But you can see there was no chance for Jackius to draw their winning tile. There was no chance. Like, all the 7s, they're in other players' hands.
Yeah, so, there is no way for these players to... there's no way that Jackies can get their hand by a self-draw, so they're just going to have to rely on Bonark or Onibal, basically just slightly blundering, really.
Onibal's hands, those 7 mana are really locked in, but Bonark, if he draws a 6 or an 8, like if he draws a 6 mon, there's a good chance the 7 mon comes out, because this is not a great weight, but that is Tenpai. Will Bonark go in directly? Ooh, interesting maneuver. Cuts the 5 so. So definitely playing a sort of safer route, seeing that the 5 so was, I think, safe at that time. Maybe just making value here? We'll see, because Pinfu could come out. Oh, that's interesting. If that lands into a Pinfu sort of shape, that could be where the 7 mon comes out. Oh, across the table. Looks like Onibal still committing to the fold here. Bonark, Tenpai, no Ricci though. Because he's Furiten. and there's only one left. So yeah, really not a great weight. You wonder why is last not? Oh, but that's the change. That's not a bad weight, and it has Tanya. It has all simples. Will Bonark reach for the
Also,
points?
they see 3 of the 7 pins, so the 8 pin looks a lot more vulnerable
That's
than
right.
usual. Of course, the 8 pin is stuck in KJH's hand, but
That's right. Bonark
you know.
going for the silent Tempai here. I don't know. I feel like Bonark needs the points, but maybe looking for a better weight. There's no more time left. Maybe he just thought couldn't draw it in time either. It's also a possibility. But you can see both of them waiting for the 7 on there. Neither of them getting it. Onibal had them locked down.
Oh! What a starting hand.
What is
Jackius.
this?
Let's look up at the top left and see the Dora Forso, and look down at the hand and see the Anko Forso.
Yeah, Jackie's hand a little bit slow here though. Oh, never mind. Finds their own wind. All right, everything's coming together for Jackius. Jackius had already taken the lead from the Tempai payments at the draw there because Onibal was not Tempai, so Onibal had to pay out, and Jackius received. On the right here, KJH has a 5-6-7 mon and like a 5-6-6-7 mon, so that's a decent shape, and the 6-7-8-9 pin here, so a couple good shapes. Jinhoda looks to be 2 away, but that's a pretty fast hand. Onibal across the table. It's got some good shapes in the non-Manzu suit, but enough Manzu that maybe we'll think about a flush. I don't know, in South 1 being that close to the lead, maybe Onibal will just take the fastest hand. On the left, Bonark has the final Dora. It's a little bit isolated, but still possibly usable. And yeah, Bonark is committing to using it, cutting the 1-2 from the edge of the hand here in order to try and make space for that Dora in his hand. Yeah, oh, Jackius has been getting closer while I've been talking. Jackius is technically 1 away here, but not the greatest 1 away from Tempai. Ooh. So what do you think? Do you think?
I find what you mentioned was super interesting about Onibal's hand, which was that they are pretty. Oh, okay, wait, sorry, I'll stay silent. I want to see what happens here.
Yeah, this is one of the 2 tiles. One of the 2 tiles that fixes it to Tempai. I mean, it's
not a good Tempai, and all the other shapes are so good. Oh, okay.
That's right. Takes it anyway. Just relying on the fear of being East to scare people off. Unfortunately for Jackius, Bonark holding 3 of them. That's the only tile. That is the only tile Jackius can win on here. I mean, it is South round, so those Easts aren't worth 2 Han. They're only worth 1 Han, so maybe that factored into Jackius' decision here. But as you can see across the table, Onibal did decide not to go for the flush or the half flush. Onibal just taking whatever tiles they could. I mean, it does look like they're just folding now, so.
So yes, I think this is something you were mentioning before, which I thought was super interesting, was that, like, yes, like they would probably want to maintain their lead and maybe go for a more guaranteed hand, but the point gap to first place is also not kind at all. So, maybe it is worth going for the full flush, and it's an interesting decision to get to.
Yeah, that's
KJ
right.
does get to Tempai while I'm going on my spiel. 5-6 mon double pair weight, which is dead.
Yeah, it won't come out of the Ricci player's hand, like that's guaranteed. I don't see it coming out of Bonark's hand either, but this is an interesting decision to make. Like, Bonark had already cut a safe-ish tile. Oh, but goes ahead and cuts the 5, so 5 mon here. The 4 mon is safe against both players. That 7 is safe against the dealer. Let's see. Oh, okay. Bonark still 1 away, and I don't think Bonark really wants to give up this. Bonark! No, that's not it. But that is also a dangerous tile. Is Bonark will drop it. 4 tiles left though. Oh,
that's the last 8 bumper. Alright.
Onibal,
but I can cheat
Onibal
for
stays
Tempai
alive.
if they
That's
decide
right.
to, and they do.
Yeah, the 7 is pretty safe. Whoa.
Oh, furry 10. Last minute furry 10.
Oh dear.
This is so sad.
Well, I think it's actually just no Yaku. I think that was the problem. I don't think it was
Oh no, no, no!
Furiten.
I meant more like yeah. There's no Yaku, but at the same time, they could have gone the Haite.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, but I don't know if they would have
Haite.
been Tenpai, right? Maybe,
Oh
maybe.
no, no, no! As in because they didn't have any draws left, but they had a 5-sided weight, so
Right.
there's still a good chance Onibao
Yeah. Oh, I
deals
get
in
you.
while folding to the other two
Yes,
players,
that's
and
right.
gives Bonak a hand.
Yeah, but because of the previous discard, Bonak was temporary Furiten there. You're right.
Yep. So that,
Yeah.
that was more what I meant.
So Jackie's here with 4 pairs to start. Some of those pairs are guest wins, west and north, so Jackie's might go for Toy Toy Rush. We'll see what they decide. On the right, KJH with a 1-2-3 in Pinzu, and a couple two-sided weights, and a pair. So KJH already pretty well on their way to score some points. Onibel across the table has the completed 7-8-9, has a pair of South that they can use as Yakuhai. Could be a fast hand and does have a Dora, and they're in a decent position with so many bonus points on the table. 3,900 bonus points on the table right now. 3 Richi sticks and 3 Homba. Yeah, Onibel just going for the fast hand. On the left, Bonark has got a decent hand going as well, only 2 away.
Is that really a decent?
Is it 3
It's
away?
kind of cheap. It has kind of
That's
cheap and
true.
always sometimes ends up just on an awkward weight.
Yeah,
I don't
that
like.
is-
I don't like the. I don't like that very
Yeah,
much.
that's the more I look at it, the more I think you're right. I mean,
Also, unlucky for Banak. Not that he could know, but the 9 mans and the 2 mans are already gone.
ooh, that's rough. That is rough. Dora comes out from the dealer here, Jackie's does call. But it looks like they're going down the half flush route. Well, actually they sort of split the difference here. They can still go Toy Toy if the tiles come. Or all triplets. Toy Toy all triplets. BL, Onibel, 1 away, and there's the call. Let's see which route they take. Jackius does take the half flush route. 1 away from a half flush. Jackius here. Half flush only though, only 2 on, but they're in the lead, and as we said, there's a lot of bonus points on the table. There's a lot of bonus points.
There's something I think worth bringing up is that the half flush route also is good in that it's more clear fear. So like you essentially block out an entire suit of maybe not strictly can't be discarded, but at least at least you put a little bit of fear in the discards
That's right.
of the Mantu. So whereas like something like an all triplets hand is harder to make your opponents afraid because they're not going to know what the tile is anyways.
Right. KJH here, sort of on the same mental reasoning, does not take the 2-5 Manzu weight, probably because they think Jackius is scaring people off of it. Instead, takes the 3 Mon and 6 so Shampon or double Pon weight. So it's like technically there are less tiles, but oh, I bet he wishes he had the 2-5 Mon weight now. KJH unfortunate there. Jackie is still Tenpai on only the 8 Mon, and like Onibel's still Tenpai on the 2. No, Onibel's not Tenpai. That's 7-7-8 Mon in their hand, not 6-7-8. So Pair's broken, and it's not a big hand, but every hand passed is 1 less hand that Bonar can use to come back. Alright, we're coming into the next hand, South 2. KJH with not really the greatest hand here. On the right, Onibel also has a little bit of trouble, but has got a couple 2-sided weights, so a little more useful. Bonak across the table has a couple 2-sided weights in a pair, and on the left, Jackius is holding a Dora, which can maybe connect, but it's kind of inefficient. Jackius with 3 pairs. So all the hands looking pretty slow. We might be going to the very last discard this time. But hands can accelerate very quickly, and we can see that happening with Onibal here. three. I think all three of those draws are just value draws. Onibel is one away. One away on the first line when their hand looked like garbage to start. That's it. That's what Tenpai does take it. Yeah, I mean, like, even the worst hands are technically only 5 or 6 away.
Is this the logic? Is it open your hand 5 Shanten, 5th turn Tenpai?
Yeah, exactly. Wait, thinking about it, takes it. Okay.
Yeah. No reason not to take it from first place.
Yeah.
As in first place, in the overall standings.
Right. Alright, and here we just switched away from an interesting hand, but Onibal's hand isn't too bad either. That Dora is honestly kind of a problem. Wonder if Onibal will discard it early or will play to keep it. We'll see. Bonark here on the right. Would be nice to have that pair of East and East round, but something could happen. Bonark just tripled up the 2-mon. Bonark might have something, but so far no Yaku. We'll see. Jackius across the table has 6, 7, 8 Pin and 6, 7, 8, 9 in Sozu. So Jackius is 2 away and a very good 2 away. On the left, KJH doesn't seem to be having too good of a time, but might be just pushing for Kokushi Muso here. That's a 4-5-6 though, so yeah, that changes KJH's mind. No longer going for that 13 Orphans Kokushi Muso. Bonark 1 away now. Not really any value though. And KJH looking to cash in with the North Winds here. North is their wind. Onibal, I hope they're not disconnected, but that did look like a timeout. Jackius cuts that 8. Ooh, interesting 4. Not super useful for KJH, but it does get them to cut the 1. A lot of times when you have that 1-4 shape, or on the other side, the 6-9 shape, players will cut the edge tile, the 1 or the 9, because the 4 or the 6 basically uses all the tiles that the 1 or the 9 would use. Or very close to. Onibel here, I think 2 away still, so Onibel not really getting the greatest draws. But they did cut some tiles from their hand, so it doesn't look like Onibel is disconnected, which is good.
My meter's under a bunch of time pressure. Not quite sure what to bring this hand, and also not quite sure how to bring it to maybe a value point that they want.
That's right. Bonark here did remove the East pair. Probably seeing as wasn't doing too much for value, but still not really much value in that hand. It's not Pinfu because of the 3 2-mon. Oh, interesting draw for Onibal here. Bonark finds a Tenpai and just takes it. It's a Richi Nomi, no Yaku other than Richi, but maybe just no other option.
I mean, there's one 1-mon left, so, reach for a 3.
That's true. Will KJH throw this? Does not. Actually, he's willing to throw Dora over the 4-pin. Very interesting. Very interesting move there. KJH is currently in last place in this game, so that could be part of their philosophy on throwing the Dora there. But if they're willing to throw Dora, I can't see why that 4-pin wouldn't come out if they reach Tenpai here. I mean, unless it's part of their weight, which it could be, because KJH is sort of looking for different kinds of pairs here. Could end up with that 4-pin as pair. We'll see. In the meantime, Onibal
catching
one away.
Up pretty slow, pretty quickly.
Yeah, Onibal is 1 away, but no matter what they get here, their weight is not going to be amazing.
Oh no, with that 6-mon.
Okay, yeah, with the 6-mon.
End up on a 2-sided weight for
this is a pretty solid weight. Yeah.
that 6 bamboo would be really huge for Oniba. It would shake up the top 3 a lot.
That's right. Oh, but the 4 pin does come out, and let's see if there's Ura. Well, we got one. Not it.
Okay.
Yeah,
We take
it's
those. We take
something.
those.
It's
We take
something.
those. Yeah, we take those.
Better
It's
than
not much, but
0.
it's honest work.
Hey, better than 0. We're in Oras all last. The final dealer.
Oh my god.
Bonarch's got something wild here. This is a lot of Dora. Alright, and on the right, Jackius has that isolated Dora. It might come out, especially if Jackius runs for a fast hand with White Dragon. I mean, KJH across the table, that's 5 pairs, so KJH could be shutting this down really quickly with the right draws, but with the 7 pairs hands, they can come quickly or they can come really slowly. Onibal on the left actually looking to go for a little bit of a slower hand, maybe going for full flush here. Maybe just half flush, depending on what the draws are. So Bonarch could have a chance. I think it really depends on how fast KJH's hand gets the Tempai. I think even if KJH reaches, you know, like Bonarch isn't going to be scared off here.
I mean, Bonarch has no reason to be scared off for, honestly, the next round and this hand. Like they could almost play blind. Because of
they
how
just
desperate their situation is.
Yeah, he's got to just go for it, right? Needs a lot of points. Oh, this is an interesting call. It definitely sort of force all simples, right? All Tanya, if that call was made. Doesn't go for it though. Bonarch's still holding tight. But like, even with 3 Dora, this hand is pretty slow here.
It's slow and awkward, and it's the worst part, really.
Yeah, so that might actually convince me to have called that 6 just so I could open it. But okay, here's a pair. Here's a pair for Bonarch. It's something. But yeah, like Jackius here is 1 away. 1 away, probably will be looking for that White Dragon to call. White Dragon's probably going to come out from Onibal on the left at some point here. Just depends on how fast Onibal's hand improves. And actually, KJH kind of gave up on 7 pairs. I mean, not completely, but now they have. Now they have. Khan has been made. I think KJH is in last place here and probably thinks they're gonna open their hand anyway, calling Toy Toy or all triplets. So gonna search for like Dora 3.
That gives Bonarch Dora 4. That's those are pretty, pretty. In my professional opinion of playing Mahjong, having 4 Dora is a pretty good thing.
It is.
I don't know, hot take.
It is. Yep. We'll see what happens, especially if Bonarch can get this hand closed and search for Ura Dora. This could be a monstrous, just a monstrous upset here. Like, this is already approaching dealer's Haneman. It's only Mangan guaranteed right now. But Bonarch does have to get Tempai. That is a necessity of doing this. And KJH technically Tempai, but no Yaku.
Is that Tempai on an inside 8-man wait for Chinitsu Dora 2?
That
is full flush Dora 2.
That is it. I'm not sure if it's even no, it's not straight Itsu, pure straight, because the tiles don't add up. Oh, is KJH willing to throw this? This is is not willing. Yeah,
it's not willing to throw it.
That makes sense. That is a very scary tile. KJH probably is like, all right, I'm last, you know. Oh, but is willing to throw that. That's not as obviously scary. And Jackius just collects here. 2,000 points. Ending the game.
Actually so sad.
Ending the game in first. Yeah, this is unfortunate. We're watching Bonarch here as the final dealer. Just couldn't put it together.
I'm irreparably sad from seeing that.
No, we still have to commentate another game. Come back. Come back. Alright. So yeah, let's see. There are a number of other games that have not quite finished yet. Let's take a look. You were talking about Light Pink Yoshi. Let's take a look at what he is up to here.
LPY.
Oh, they're already in
Korak.
South 4.
I'm really going for LPY or Korak, yeah, because I'm biased.
Yeah, I mean, LPY is in first place here. And has the last dealer and is in Tempai. Lichman on the right, who's Bert in the score list. He's gonna need some work. I mean that's not Bert's style. Bert is waiting on only the 6, I believe, because they need Tanya. Yeah, but they do have 2
With
Dora.
the last
So
6
that's
in the
interesting.
deck.
Yeah, they've already called 2 6s. Actually, yeah, and 1 is the Dora indicator, so Bert knows there's only 1 left. But maybe he just has no other choice here. But if Bert gets this, they win. That's enough. That's enough for first. So just praying on top deck. Uh-oh, that's a Furiten.
No, that's fine.
That's a temp Furiten. Okay, but now it's over.
Interestingly, if Lichman wins the 6-man on either Korak or EIP, they don't win.
Isn't there 2 Dora in Lich? Yeah, Tanya 2 Dora.
Yeah,
Tanya 2 Dora. That's enough.
Yeah,
Oh, that's the 8 though. That's the 8. But Korak has no Yaku. Yeah, I didn't look. I only saw the red tile, but Korak has no. Korak still has no Yaku.
Yeah, they gave up the Yaku cutting the 9-pin because I think they assumed they weren't going to get the weight.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Oh, that is the last one. Oh, Korak, but Korak's technically Tempai, so like, can make the move. Ooh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. If Light Pink Yoshi isn't Tempai, that's only 2600. That's it. That the points will swap.
Yeah.
But I mean, but there it is. Waruine sorewa atari da yo. And that is 3900. We came into an interesting match. Lichman or Bert really needed this. If I can bring up the scores, I can bring up the scores from the previous round.
Maybe that was what behind Light Pink Yoshi's decision to fold. Maybe Lichman was like last overall on the table, so
yeah, maybe
they can.
So Lichman is
yeah,
Bert
they
here.
were,
Bert here on the left.
Yeah, so it looks like LPY was very happy with just not dealing into last place and just being in a position above the other 2 players. So I guess that makes sense.
Yeah. So these standings, as I said, are from round 2. We were just checking them there. So these are not the round 3 standings. So they're not the most recent standings. We're still waiting to get those. But let's check a game we haven't looked at. We haven't looked at the Budster game yet today on stream. We might actually be looking at. Wait, it's only in South 1. All right. I'll get out the scores for this one. I'll dig up the scores for all you viewers because this one is still there for a while. So JK's just take over for a little bit.
Alright. We're entering into South 1. We have Budster in the East seat, Tetrabot in the South seat, Aggro in the West seat, and Sorakara in the North seat. You see that scores are pretty close amongst the bottom 3 positions, although Aggro has got a bit of a lead. Budster offered this 1-man Khan. Will they take it? Khan for flow. Khan for flow. Khan for flow. Khan for flow. No, which makes sense. I know this makes sense. I'm just sad. We do have 2 quick calls: East Dragon call and a 4-man call for Tetrapod, putting them into a very early Tempai for the inside 7-pin weight. For Green Dragon only, but shut down hand plus the 1300 in the middle is never really something to sneeze at. On the left here, we have a call of the 8 bamboo from a 789 bamboo, seemingly probably going for a full flush or a pure straight. A pure straight. Yeah.
Alright, scores are here.
Yeah, Budster did draw the 3-man, but gave themselves into the Tempai for a 5A pin for reach Pinfu Dora 1. with the pretty big hand, especially as dealer. How would the other players react? Okay, so inside 2 bamboo wait for Surakara. There is 2 bamboo left. Inside 7 pin wait for. Ooh, okay. For Smart Steer, which is yeah. Well, how many of those left? 2 of those left, and the 5-8 pins. Ah.
Oh, I mean, when you're in Ricci, you can't do anything. Oops.
I think the deal in itself hurts less than losing that hand.
Yeah, I mean, Budster really won that hand in the dealer spot. Sorry. Alright, we got Tetrapod, or I believe their name is Smart Steer, yeah, in the tournament. With a pretty solid hand here. Like, it's 2 away. Yeah, it's 2 away. Not too much value, maybe all simples, we'll see. Aggro on the right has the white dragons that they can call. Across the table, yeah, Aggro does call the last white dragon. Across the table, Sorakara with 3 Dora. 3 of those green dragon Dora. The green dragon are already their own Yaku, so Sorakara already well on their way to finishing this hand with a big score. And on the left, Budster has like the 3-3-4-4, so their pair and they're stuck together, but other than that, Budster's hand not looking too great here. So Sorakara looking like the big favorite here right now, but Tetrapod could shut them down, Aggro could shut them down with small hands.
Am I dreaming if I want Sorakara to have green Chanta Sanshoku Dora 3? It's possible.
It's definitely not out of the picture. It's definitely not out of the picture right now. The only hard part, I think, would be finding another Chanta or outside hand pair, because Sorakara has nothing close to an outside pair right now.
Well, it was more. The dream was more alive when they had the one isolated red dragon.
That's true. That's true.
Oh. I was expecting a card.
Yeah, Aggro and Tempa here definitely looking to ruin Sorakara's day. Sorakara can definitely use that 8 so though. So not quite dead. Yeah, like that 8 so really looks like it's gonna fit.
But if they get the green, if they get the south, Sorakara will deal straight into aggro.
Yeah. The thing is, the 7-8-9 Sanshoku or mixed triples is also enticing to keep the 8. We'll see what Sorakara draws here. It's all gonna rely on that draw, I think.
It is. Sorakara really needs this hand though, because they are currently in last place.
This is...
You what?
Okay, keeps the same tempai. Just sneaking suspicion that the Honitsu is on the right. I mean, Aggro doesn't have a Honitsu, but in the end still does have the win.
Tempai for Sorakara, waiting for the 6-9 pin. If they get the 9 pin is big side Sanshoku.
Yeah, I mean, so Sorakara is going Damaten or Silent Tempai for that.
Tempai here on the left for Budster, inside 7-mon way. Oh no! Ayaya! Ayaya!
Oh no! Oh no! No! Is that a Haneman? It is. That's already 6 Han.
Yeah.
12,000 point swing. Ouch. I mean, I'm sure Smart Steer was thinking about their dealer. Like, that was their last dealer, and their score isn't too hot in terms of their overall score. So I'm sure Smart Steer is pretty much thinking, you know, I can't give up on this. But unfortunate, just a big deal in there. It do be like that sometimes. This hand, Aggro not taking the fast white dragon call. So maybe looking for more value? I don't know, they are in first place, but it wouldn't pass their dealership if they win. Sorakara on the right, liking those green dragons again. Doesn't quite have 3 of them, and they're not Dora, but still has a pair of them. Does find the Dora. Sorakawa has a 6, 7, 8 in Manzu as well, so that's going to be interesting. Budster across the table with a bunch of good shapes, like 7, 8, 9's done in Pinzu. Got the 8, 8 Dora pair, got 1, 2, 3 in Sozu, so Budster I think is 2 away, no 1 away now. And Smart Steer on the left, unfortunately this does not look like a comeback hand for Smart Steer. Neither value nor speed there, unfortunately. Call from Sorakawa. Gonna rely on the green dragons to get them through. And that is the last white dragon, so being the last one, aggro calls it. Destroying the 3 so weight. Aggro committing sacrilege. Oh no. Budster has an interesting decision here. Yep, just throws that out. Doesn't really want to look at multiple pairs.
Oh, here's the green drag? Oh, never mind.
Does not, yeah, finishes destroying the 3 so weight. That's Tenpai. Green Dragon comes out here, and that must be a relief to Sorakawa. Sorakawa is not won yet, but that puts them in Tenpai. With a Yaku.
You have 2 7. Oh, there's a 3 so. We have 2 7 pins versus 2 9 mons left in the wall, so just see how this one goes out.
Yeah, there's a 7 mon. Actually, interesting. Even though the 7 mon just came out, aggro decides to throw the 4 mon. I would think that would look more dangerous, but there it is. Uh-oh. And it's out. That is a deceptively large hand. It's not massive, but it's definitely enough to tip the position scales. The 2 Dora were hidden, so you know, aggro could not see the danger there.
I think more importantly for Sorakawa, puts them in first place, and they were slightly behind Budster overall entering this hand, which will, I mean, if scores stay the way they are, it'll, you know, put Sorakawa in first.
That's right.
Interesting that Sorakawa discards the Dora turn 1. I actually really like this because it's something I do a lot. When I'm in the lead, I try to cheapen the hand on purpose.
Right.
So I just let everyone know that I'm going to get rid of a Dora very quickly because I don't want to, because this hand is not going to be expensive.
Yeah, I mean, Sorakawa did draw a 4th pair, so like maybe could have kept the Dora and went 7 pairs with the Dora, but those are always slow hands, and Sorakawa has other options here. Budster on the right also has 5 pairs. No, but yeah, Budster has 5 pairs, but has also different routes to Tenpai here. Does keep a triple in their hand, the triple 9, so not completely locking into 7 pairs, sort of taking the middle road. Could still make a regular hand, and that's going to be an interesting choice. Does Budster go with the 6-7? Oh, cuts a different 6-7, so still thinking about 7 pairs. Across the table, Smart Steer. I mean, that's 2 completed melds, and that's a 2-sided weight. No pair yet. That could be Pinfu, but just Pinfu on its own seems pretty small. That's Chitoitsu,
so
7 pairs.
One of the few times you regret cutting the Dora.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, and there. Well, I mean, that might not have come out if the Dora hadn't already come out. But I mean, that could have been the tile. And you know, considering Smart Steer's position, it might have still come out. So maybe Dora backfire.
Well, I think the bigger thing was probably that Sorakawa's hand actually didn't look like a 7 pairs at the time of cutting the Dora.
That's right.
So it just happened to draw, like, I think 3 pairs in like 4 draws or something like that.
Oh, and this is interesting. Budster's hand not looking at 7 pairs. Budster 1 away from Suanko. 4 concealed pairs. That's a Yakuman. 1 away. I mean, on the left, aggro's been moving also to their own pair or triplet hand. This is a pretty big triple flow, but Smart Steer deals in. There's no Agariyame in this hand. I mean, that's a small hand. But what I mean by no Agariyame is if the dealer wins and they're in first in South 4, they must continue. So that's a little bit of insurance, but it's not a winning hand like it would be in ranked mode for Sorakawa. So Sorakawa still got to be a little bit on edge here. still, well, they're a little more than a Mangan away from aggro, but if aggro sumos it, then it's enough. This hand here is it's pretty interesting. Like Sorokara has a Dora, but kind of slow, and their pairs make it not super likely that they go for the full outside hand. Budster on the right doesn't have a completed meld, but has a lot of two-sided weights. Across the table, Smart Steer has the east and the north, which are both guest wins. So that's going to be interesting, and still no completed melds. On the left, aggro has completed 2-3-4 in Pinzu and 2-3-4 in Sozu. So aggro definitely looking the fastest here. But as we said, even a Mangan from aggro will not put them in first unless they sumo it or direct hit. Aggro with the Richi though, that is that's, I think it's 3 guaranteed Han. You got Reach, you got Han. No, that's 4 guaranteed Han. Richi, all simples, Pinfu, and the Dora.
Though, and they, you know, they just need to sumo it, and things will be all good.
Yep, sumo does give aggro the victory for this game, which would be really big for them. They're currently in the negatives, and that would definitely bring the table close.
Yeah, for sure.
Tetrapod.
I'm actually, so something I'm curious about is what happens if, say, someone Smart Steer deals in, does aggro skip the win to try and go for first place?
Yeah, it'd be very hard to hit Haneman, right? On Smart Steers, because aggro would need the Haneman, would need 6 on, so they would need 2 Uradora. Oh wait, that's stick.
But they may
that
not have
stick.
a choice.
No, that stick gives aggro enough points.
Does it?
Yeah. So 9,500, you add the 2,000 sticks, plus 8,000.
True.
Oh, but Budster hits! Budster hits a sumo, and it's a big one. How many positions is this? This is an Ura. The Ura...
I think it just gets to second place.
How many positions is Buzz? Yeah, I think you're right as well. Yep. I mean, it is second, though. Second is second.
Yeah.
Oh,
For sure,
heartbreaker for aggro. Aggro saw the hope there when the extra 1,000 points came down onto the table, and then immediately the extra 1,000 points stole the hope away from them.
Rip the heart right out from them.
Alright. It looks like, because of our 5-minute delay, it looks like the other games are already getting ready to go.
Oh.
Yeah, so I'm going to try and really fast get all these, get the standings. Let me get the standings ASAP. Yep, Windows error, you know how it is. And I think that is it. I should be able to just bring them up here. Let's see. Does it say round 3 of 4? It does. So these are our current standings.
Oh, Furious in the top.
Furious. Yep, that trying to make a stand here in their potentially last Mahjong game, at least on a tournament level. That's pretty interesting. In the table we just watched, Budster and Sorokara very close now.
Yeah,
thanks to that turn of
fight over
events. They're within a single point of each other. That's pretty wild. I mean, on our main table, Light Pink Yoshi now with a considerable lead. Nothing set in stone, but that is still a little bit of insurance.
I think that table is definitely the table I would suspect has the greatest 4th place can come back chance. Like if you look at all the other tables, 4th place averages at around -50 to -60. Whereas that one, look, Bird is so close to first.
Yeah, I mean,
it's achievable without being too far gone. if that makes sense.
Yeah, in round 2, Bert or Lichman on Mahjong Soul was, I think, like minus 40 or something. So Bert doing work there to come back. Like we can see a lot of these other tables. They're not completely set, but there's definitely some players that look like they're quite out. Like in the second table, Court Composer already well ahead of everyone, unfortunately. And the table in the bottom left, you know, we've got Lutang Forever and Eto-san fighting, but Pinto and Hichan not looking too hot.
Hey, Tips. When did we learn you can never discount
That's
someone?
true.
Ever since Cat Food Ball, I refuse to discount people.
It's definitely not
just
over
because
yet.
of- Exactly.
And then in our FGC table, I should say, Kitty Loaf, actually the non-FGC player, is leading that table. But Crooked Tricking and KNA definitely have a shot at it. Super Yan, unfortunately, over 100 points behind. It's going to need some magic, but you never know, that round 4 magic could come through. And I am getting the information for the last
They're
table.
definitely gonna have to, like all the last places here, are gonna have to play their last dealer, any of their dealerships extremely aggressively.
Yeah,
Like,
I mean,
almost blind. Really.
I think Bert is the only one who's currently in last who has a chance at like just playing a normal game and coming out in first and still taking it. Just because of the way that the format of the tournament is, only first place moves on. So really nobody cares about anything but first place.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If we sort of, if we sort of look around in terms of like a general score shifting of games you didn't watch. So that game with Furious is on top. It was actually Delta Sierra on top before, so
That's
I presume Delta Sierra got a last place. Just from how I remember it off the top of my head. Which is a bit unfortunate, but you know, they're not out of it. Obviously, like what you got last time, Tron, doesn't actually matter.
Right.
It's just about what you do with the current point standing.
Exactly. I am going to get our seating for the last game we are casting here. Well, it's the last round we're casting, but we might cast multiple games during it. Just putting in the data. But yeah, there's basically no time for a break here because that round was a little longer than the others, and so players are fired up and ready to go. The TOs are fired up and ready to get those started too. So, yep, just hold tight for a little bit.
Alrighty. So do we know what game we're going to pick first, or are we letting that? We are deciding that a bit later.
We do have. We're going to be looking at a Court Composer's table, the one with Court Composer currently in the lead. That is just a matter of giving every table a chance to have stream time. I know by the scores it does look like one of the least competitive tables right now, but we do want to give everyone a chance to be on stream. And so the ones who weren't on stream here were on stream on PandaFicer's channel, which you can visit at twitch.tv/PandaFicer. And
I'm the chat with the ! expert if you want to link straight to it.
That's right. I'm just getting the scores here. I have the players, just need to...
Yep, all good. Yeah, so so Core Composer is definitely in the lead, and to put it in perspective, the difference between Core Composer and Rumu is more than the difference between Light Pink Yoshi and Bert.
Yeah,
So
that
the
is...
difference between first and second is greater than the difference between first to fourth in one of the tables. So if that can put the overwhelming gap that is Core Composer's position into perspective. However, it's still a gap that's not impossible, but it will require especially Rimu, to hard push in their dealerships. Like, they cannot reasonably let them go, especially if only first place advances on every table.
Yep. And as you were talking about when you had just come on, when we had just come on in the beginning of Game 3, this is the sort of situation where you might end up targeting first place here. Just because you know first place has to get hit if anybody else wants a shot. I think for like third and fourth, their minuses are so large that they are just going to have to do whatever it takes. Like, they'll probably take whatever hands, but for second, they might be thinking a little more about targeted rones.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay, so looks like the games are starting, so that means we did make pretty good time. That gives us 5 minutes because of the 5-minute delay. So maybe that was, you know, we ended up faster than expected. Yes, games have officially started. So we got a little bit to wait here. I've got everything set up. So tell me, what do you think is what's your favorite tile? I know you've been on the 3-so train a lot, but no judgment here.
Well, I mean, of course it's the 3-so, right?
Hey, all right. I didn't tell him to say anything. There's no guns to his head. See, I'm not holding anything.
Yes. So, you know, you gotta 3-so. You saw that last Hanchan, that one player who discarded the 3-so and then dealt into the 52.
Yeah. There was that.
I'm not saying that there is a correlation there, but there is definitely a correlation.
In fact, if I dig through the logs, there was a full flush deal-in that that was actually on stream. Like, I don't know if I remember exactly what game it was, but it was pretty wild. I don't know if we have time for that, but there was definitely another 3-so deal-in earlier.
It's the best tile. It's the best tile. You can't deny that.
The most dangerous tile as well. It brings the hype. And it's got the perfect triangular shape to support your winning hand. In the meantime, let's just give a shout out to the sponsors here, YoStar and Cat Food Studios, who have donated these prizes for top 4 here. You can see we're coming back tomorrow for the semifinals and finals, August 16th. Same time, same streams. Me, Tipzntrix here, and PandaFicer over at twitch.tv/PandaFicer. And first place gets those 5 summon scrolls. Maybe roll for, I believe, 4 new characters. We'll see. And 50,000 coppers. Second with 20,000 coppers. Third with 15,000 coppers. And fourth with 10,000 coppers.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And let me find the game now. It's this game, right? Yep. About 2 minutes to go before the delay ends. We'll take it back to us here. Oh, so yeah, I mean, this is going to be interesting. What do you tend to think about when you're in like the minus points going into the last game?
I get desperate. Essentially, when you're in a position like a hard stuck fourth, and you don't need to play normally. Okay, so it's a balance, right? Because you can't play so abnormally that you are throwing away good hands to try and go for offshoot, extremely high value hands. But you also it's like the beginning of the hand is when you construct everything, right? It's
Right.
like where you decide in what direction and in what value your hand is going to be go. Is going to be going for.
Yes.
So I can imagine some of them as players just even purposely in the first few discards getting rid of terminals to force in Tanya. Even if it's not, feasible, it may just happen because they may see the desperation needed to go for it, like at least one more Han or something like that. Or I would imagine you play blind on your dealership. You don't actually care about if other players reach you or not because you can't afford default.
Right. All right.
So there's something to that degree.
Let us see if our players agree with you. So here we have Waidu in the first dealer slot here. No one on the right. We've got Rimu across. And we have Chord Composer on the left. We're starting off and you're talking about a Tanya or also and Waidu might have that, but the 7-9 so may disagree. And there's a 1 pin that also kind of disagrees with that. No one on the right has a nice 5, 6, 6, 6, 7 shape, so that's like a pair and a meld put together. And their other shapes are getting there. Across the table, Rimu, 2 Dora and already a guaranteed Yaku in the White Dragon call. So Rimu looking like the early favorite, and we got Chord Composer on the left. No completed shapes yet, but a number of pairs and a Dora. So we'll see.
So I imagine Chord Composer would just be designing most of their hands to be able to win Dharma or like closed. So like maybe shifting around to creating shapes which allow for that, perhaps.
Right, take as little risk as possible.
Yeah, exactly.
I was going to ask you conversely what your thoughts are on being the one in the lead with the positive score, but I think that's a pretty good explanation. You can see Waidu here already in Tenpai. Very fast, waiting on the 8, so...
Inside 8 Bamboo Way. They are in the hole here. They will have to beat this dealership out.
Yeah.
Essentially, they need to win a lot.
Yeah, I mean, considering they had 1 to 8 in Pinzu, this actually might be one of the hands where I would go for more value, but No. They do get it. Oopsie daisy. Yeah, I mean, maybe the speed was important here. It pays off in this case, but maybe this could have been a larger hand. We'll see.
Oh boy, this is a pretty nice looking hand.
Yeah, Waidu here, the value isn't super there, but it could be if all the Pinfu weights fill up, so Waidu gets Pinfu. On the right, no one has 7, 8, 8, 9. Yeah, like that's a good fill for Waidu. But yeah, on the right, no one doesn't look like they can open their hand because they don't really have Yaku, but they do have the Dora and a lot of decent shapes. Across the table, Rimu has a couple pairs and a single 2-sided weight, but mostly trouble. And on the left, you can see Chord Composer already making calls, trying to make fast hands, just end this game so Chord Composer here can win and move on to top 8. Chord Composer does have a Dora.
Waidu's hand's pretty interesting because that full flush in the Pinzu, while not super likely,
That's right.
Really tempting. That's gonna cancel it out. That's gonna get rid of any hopes for it. But
I don't know.
it was interesting at the time, at least.
Yeah, Waidu 1 away here. 1 away from but yeah, that makes Chord Composer also 1 away from Tenpai. Another Dora for no one. And that is a really massive draw. Now no one 1 away with probably the largest hand of anyone here. Wait. So Chord Composer trying to remove the bad weight, but also goes back to 2 away from Tenpai.
Well, they also look at Waidu's mysteriously Pinzu dry board.
That's true. Definitely you want to play it safe when you're that far ahead in the lead. That's a good find there. Across the table, Rimu trying to get something started, but only one completed meld and a pair so far. Oh, one away
They will get
now.
rid of it.
One away now. And those are some good weights for Court Composer. So yeah, it convinced them to throw a Pinzu tile. This is interesting. That's not Tempai, but...
Not Tempai, but a very wide-ish on turn.
Yes.
I can't count all of it. Actually.
Oh, that's a Tempai for... Yeah, I was gonna say, if Waidu doesn't call it, that's a Tempai for Court Composer. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Oh, it holds both
Ooh,
sides for
avoids
now. That is a decent avoidance, but I don't know if those tiles are gonna stick in no one's hand for the rest of the game. Yeah, Court Composer doesn't change the weight, so no one's still in trouble here. Oh, the Sanzo! What will Rimu do with that? Okay, throws the 5 out from the middle. Sumo!
Oh, nice Sumo from Court
Sumo.
Composer. Shuts down the shenanigans here.
Yep. And that's what Court Composer wanted, definitely, to move the game along. This is not great for Waidu here. Oh, it's already one dealership diffused.
Yeah, it's already one dealership gone. This is a bit, unfortunate.
Right. Alright, we got no one here. Looks like they could have an outside hand with a Dora, so that's interesting, but it's still a fair bit away, and that 6-7 is gonna... Oh, never mind. No interesting decision. No one immediately discarding it. Across the... Or sorry, on the right, Rimu has got a number of pairs, I think 3. No completed melds yet, but they just have a red dragon they could call. Court Composer across the table does look like they have another hand that can quickly shut down, and that is a massive draw. Court Composer not only can shut down hands here, but Court Composer has a lot of value in that hand as well. Like, that's just overall a good hand. On the left, Waidu, that's not a good look. A lot of isolated honors and no completed melds. Even only a single two-sided weight in the entire hand. And that's the best thing. Oh, Dora Connector though. That gives Waidu at least a little bit of hope.
So with Court Composer's hand, the value is pretty much always second to its speed and its call ability. So I think the bigger thing about Court Composer's hand is the fact that it's so callable.
Yeah, that is.
It's just so easy to call and get a one-hand Tanyal and it all kind of nonsense.
That's right.
They can even afford to come fourth, right? They just can't afford to get a bad fourth place.
Yeah, I mean, as long as Rimu doesn't come first, they can take a pretty sizable fourth place as well. As long as Rimu doesn't win. Yeah, and
so it's in their place to just end things before they start.
Exactly. Waidu here putting some big work in. Waidu's hand could be a monster, but it still requires a lot of very specific draws. And there are no more 9-so out to pair that up. No one here Yeah. That's a bit unfortunate. With the second Dora coming out, Rimu chooses to call. So Rimu probably relying on the red dragons here to make a Yaku. That is a 3-han hand though. As long as they keep... Ooh, and that, not only...
Sorry. I'm distracting, but that's a 2-pin they could have used.
Yeah, not only is that a problem for no one, it's actually just the tile that Rimu needed to continue their hand. So Rimu won away. Court Composer is choosing to reach, although they could run this hand closed.
That's really surprising in my opinion. I thought they would have...
Rimu finds Tempai. Rimu finds Tempai. That red dragon very dangerous in Waidu's hand. I mean, 3-han is not the biggest thing in the world, but Waidu doesn't need to lose any points here. And no one's still 2 away, it looks like. That's trouble. 2 away from Tempai. Against this, I don't think no one's going to be able to keep their dealership here.
Yeah. I doubt it. It's not.
Ooh, double East.
He's
willing to push 8, and will probably be willing to push 7. Pon is made.
Yes, there we go.
Yeah, he's willing to push a 7. It is safe. It does go through. I mean, it's not safe.
This is one of those positions we were mentioning before, where you play blind in this kind of hard
right.
stock
Oh,
lost
but
place
Rimu-
dealership
Rimu-
kind of thing.
Deciding not to push. Rimu breaking their hand. We'll throw that 7 on though. And a chi call from Waidu. But because of Rimu's broken hand, oh well, never mind. Back
No,
to
it's back.
Tenpai. Back to Tenpai.
Uh,
Both of those tiles deal in. It
uh,
picks the safe one
any
for
tile they
now.
wanna- Tenpai here for no one.
Oh, that's not bad.
Edge 7-pin weight. There are a lot of shared weights here.
Oh, but Chord Composer shutting down all the
Oh.
comebacks.
Disgusting.
That is probably a large hand. Yeah, even without the Ura, it was decent. But with the Ura, you know, that's like... Actually, I don't think the Ura mattered because we have
It didn't make a
Kyriaki and
difference
Manga.
there, but
Yeah.
you know, you take those.
That is not good for any other player at the table but Chord Composer. Ooh.
Yeah, Chord Composer cementing a pretty solid lead, basically guaranteeing. Okay, I don't want to call it before it happens, but like.
Yeah, we do
It's
still have
really
the
hard
South
to
round.
see how they come last here.
We do still
Oh,
have the South round.
Yeah, no. I'm not saying it's not possible to Gyakten, but sorry, to upset. But it's very hard to see how Chord Composer comes last.
Ooh.
So it would make the upsetting possibilities a lot
Right,
harder.
right.
Like you need to carry it yourself, unfortunately.
We're gonna need to see like a 200,000 point game here. Or at least
Yeah,
150. Alright, this hand Rimu breaks up the 6-8 and immediately punished for breaking up the 6-8 pin weight. Maybe looking to use the red dragons. Unfortunately, Chord Composer on the right has the other pair of the red dragons, so it's going to be hard for either player to use them. Across the table, Waidu has 3 pairs, no completed sets yet, no completed melts. So that's trouble as well. On the left, no one has a Dora and a number of pairs, and that is another pair. That's pair number 4. The Dora is still not paired up there, but maybe 7 pairs waiting on Dora for no one. Yeah, Rimu is choosing to hold the potential Furiten weight here because the 6-7 is still a 2-sided weight. Will they call to get out of the Furiten chance? No. The 6-7 is running out of tiles though to fill it. The 5 and the 8, you can see 3 8s on the table and you can see 3 5s in players' hands.
Yeah.
Yeah, no one made a call, and it's very interesting. I'm not sure where the Yaku's coming from. But the Dora is still being held onto there. Maybe looking to go for an all triplets and just pray to draw another Dora so that they can call the third one later or draw all of them. With that connection to the Dora, could maybe go for a Tanya or all simples as well, but is keeping the pair of 1 pin around. Oh, Rimu advancing here. Good draw for Rimu. Rimu breaks the Furiten weight. Go for only the inside 5 pin weight. It's not bad. Draws it right back. Considering there's only 1 8 pin left, you know, don't lose too much by switching this weight, and you gain the ability to avoid Furiten. So Rimu now 1 away. Will that 5...
What's going on in no one's hands? It's not really a predefined direction.
Yeah, it definitely
really.
looks like no one's going for all triplets here. I think that's what they've decided on. But there is the possibility of Tanya or all simples as well.
Right. Although they would have cut the 2 1 pins if they were for all simples.
Yeah. Oh, the trick here for Rimu is now that they've used the red dragons as pair, Rimu doesn't need to wait on it, so they don't have to worry too much that Chord Composer has the other 2. But who knows? Like maybe if Rimu pairs up like that, yeah, that's a pair of the Dora. Rimu might actually choose to wait on the red dragons here, going for a double pwn wait on the Dora and the red dragons. It looks like it's gonna happen. That might bring some troubles. 14 tiles left in the wall. Oh, has found it.
7 mon. Only wait.
We doubted the toy, but it's here. It is
Oh, I wanted to
here.
go the 4-pin.
The all triplet is Tempai. Chord Composer 1 away here. Not a valuable hand, but any hand that advances the game is valuable to Chord Composer.
Fumi only has 1 turn to get into Tempai here. It's going to be pretty important that they at least sustain the dealership. They don't have to win at this point, but they kind of have to
they have a
sustain
few
this
tiles
deal.
that they can call. I don't think that one will do it though.
That will not do it.
Yeah, and doesn't find the draw.
Yeah.
Unfortunate. So this loss of a dealership is going to be pretty bad for Rimu.
Yeah, it's going to be horrid. Yeah.
No one collecting a few points. Doesn't change too much in the big swing of things. Other than Chord Composer, every other player is mostly just caring about keeping their dealership alive here. So let's see. Chord Composer immediately starts out by cutting the 9-pin. Other than that, their hand has the 7, 8, 9 in Sozu, and that's a Dora, and that's a decent connection as well, right there. On the right, Waidu, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This is not a bad hand for Waidu. It's got a Dora in it. Probably will be looking for even a little more value than this, but hey, it's not bad. Especially if Waidu gets it closed. That could be at least a manga, depending on the tiles that they get. Across the table, I mean, that's not a terrible hand either. It's got a 2-sided weight. It's got a 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Another 2-sided weight with a meld there. And finds 1, 2, 3. That's going to be big. The value's not great. And they do cut the Dora weight. No one cuts their Dora weight. So it's going to be hard to put value in that hand, unfortunately. On the left, Rimu has got an interesting hand. Does make the pawn. Let's see if Rimu is willing to hold on to the Dora, or if they're going to move to half flush, or if they're willing to just take a 2-han Yakuhai hand, or even 1-han, depending on whether they get the second Yakuhai. I mean, Chord Composer is 1 away. Chord Composer is already 1 away from Tempai. So that is trouble for the rest of the table.
Sorry. But yeah, I wonder if they'll reach this, because they've been doing some surprising reaches, Chord Composer. So will they reach if they get into Tempai, waiting for the inside 4-pin or
the
edge
Dora.
7-pin?
Yeah, yeah, or the Dora. The thing is, this hand is no Yaku without Richi, so I might expect a Richi.
Wait, no, Ipeko.
Oh yeah, you're right. That's right.
Yeah, the inside.
Oops. Sometimes I forget
How does
Ipeko's a
Mahjong
thing.
translate again? Pure double sequences?
Yep, pure double sequence. That's it. Waidu on the right did pick up the 3rd West. That is not Yakuhai, so that's 1 less Han. Oh, but that's 2 more Han, maybe 3 if they get a closed half flush. Open half flush 2 Han, closed half flush 3 Han. This could be exciting. Chord Composer not Tempai. Whoa, that's gotta be tempting, right? You see all 3 dragons, you have them in your hand, you don't see any on the table.
This is tempting not even on the basis of, like, its viability. This is tempting on the basis of you need it.
Yeah, because Waidu needs a ton of points here.
If you were offered a string, if you were offered the spider's web of a Yakuman in this position, you take it. Yeah, you have to take it.
Doesn't take it.
What?
Doesn't take it. This is a massive weight, and Rimu might just ipats. Nope.
Wait, we'll find out.
No ipatsu here.
Sorry if this is I find it interesting they didn't take the Yakuman chance.
Yeah, I mean,
it's not likely. I'm not saying it's likely at all, but you are in the dirt.
That's
here.
another tile, but it fits into no one's hand, and no one could fight here. Not Pinfu though. That's a no Yaku hand from no one. No Yaku Tempai. Just Richi. So yes, does Richi. Not worth much. Even max like 2 Uradora. So that's not going to be too big. But I mean, it is a hand. And Chord Composer still managed to stay one away throughout all of this. That will not do it. Chord Composer immediately drops it though. Oh,
Nice sumo. Very nice sumo.
there's a hand, but
3
is it
Ura will
enough?
make it up a Baimon.
Missed the Ura. Missed the Ura. Unfortunate. Just needed a single Ura there because of sumo. I mean that's a lot of points.
Not going for the big 3 dragons. I still find that very, very surprising. Of course, from our perspective, we know it wasn't possible, but like,
Yeah, I mean, at the point when the green dragon came out, it was technically possible even from our perspective. But you kind of expect that a number of green dragons are in other players' hand if you only have one that late. So maybe that's what Waidu was thinking about. But
then there's also the perspective of like your points, right? Like Waidu is minus 56.4 compared to 74.2. A Yakuman is kind of what you need.
Exactly. So this is Waidu's final dealership of this game. Waidu's going to need something massive here. Especially, as we were saying, because Chord Composer's in second place. But I mean, you can take small hands as the dealer, because as long as you keep winning, you keep getting your turn back. So we've got a number of players looking at all triplets here. We've got Waidu here looking at all triplets, although they would lose the Dora. And across the table, Rimu could also be looking at all triplets with Tanya. On the right, no one looks to be making a somewhat small hand. If they do get the pure straight, it could be bigger. But so far not too big. And on the left, I think Chord Composer is going to have to fold this hand. They do throw the Dora as after, like immediately after Waidu, so that does seem like they're folding. But their hand does have a little bit of, I guess, enticing bait in it. It's not completely hopeless. So Chord Composer might deal in. That would certainly change things, and indeed makes a call.
Oh,
that 4-pin is now an isolated tile and could go right to Waidu to start their massive comeback. Oh, but
you say fold, Chord Composer wide Chord Composer says push.
Yes.
And yeah, unfortunately, we do see a deal in all triplets green for 7,700.
Yeah, that's an open 40 fu.
Yeah, that's not good for no here.
Not good for no one.
This is not good for no one. Yeah. So, even though this looks like a nice first place, I do want to remind the watching audience that this first place is really not even starting yet.
Yeah, I think
the
even
work hasn't even started yet.
Even if Chord
you
Composer,
gotta win at least 40,000, 50,000 more points before we can even consider Waidu being able to maybe get first.
Yeah, because the Uma is only 15-5, so a full first versus fourth, that's 30 Uma, and the difference between them is 130. It's about 130. So you get the 30 Uma, you also need a 100,000 point difference on top of the 30 Uma. So yeah, we're talking 100,000 points, 130,000 points if Chord Composer actually has points at the end of the game. But yeah, this is a start. Waidu is one away already. One away from keeping their dealership.
Don't get rid of the blessed tile.
The Sanzo is gone.
Pack it up, guys. Pack it up. It's time to go home.
And no one here looking to play spoiler a bit. Does not have a big hand, but is looking to move the dealership over to them with a one-hand Tanya to end it all, right? Across the table, Rimu has a number of good shapes. Rimu's one away, and that's not too bad of a hand. Like, it doesn't have big Baimon potential, but with the right draws, and like there's a number of them, could hit Mangan or Haneman. Just a small thing. And then Chord Composer on the left already called their North Wind, so they're looking for a small hand as expected. Chord Composer is actually two away because they have not really locked in their pair yet. Yeah, no one still won away. Didn't draw the tile they needed yet. And Waidu looking for that white dragon. It's still both of the white dragons are in the wall somewhere.
Everyone's hand sort of stagnating here. Oddly enough, I think everyone is drawing each other tiles. Ooh, 10.
Does not need the white dragon anymore. Of course, would still like it for the extra Han. And out goes the 4-5. That could have been, you know, maybe Ipeko there. Like Pinfu Ipeko, if the white dragons had come out. But you can't always rely on the draws to come. Yeah, Chord Composer here, not completely folding, but hasn't had to push any the tiles that are too dangerous yet. There's one though. Oh, actually, I think that was safe because no one discarded it. No one gets into Tempai. It's not a bad Tempai. 6-9 pin. One of the tiles is in the Riichi player's discard, so it looks safe against the Riichi player. And that 6 looks like it could definitely come out, like right now. It does!
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, Chord Composer probably not too upset by that because it moves
no,
dealer.
Chord Composer is not. Chord Composer is ecstatic to deal in like that. I meant more Ayaya for
for Waidu,
or
that
give me
is...
death here because they're gonna have to chain some Yakumans back to back.
Yeah, that was Waidu's last dealership of the game. So they're gonna need something big if they want the 100,000 points that we're talking about. So no one here. Not a bad hand. This has the potential for value, but it still needs a lot of draws to do. Remo on the right, I think already won away, but does have to give up the Dora to get the Tempai. And also not super valuable of a hand, like not even Pinfu on the one away. Across the table, Chord Composer just calling for Tanya. Not too far away.
Composer is in a very nice position of they can sort of push to deal into either Rimu or Waidu and not really care too much.
Right, that's the advantage of having this massive lead. Now, Waidu on the left, unfortunately this is not a Yakuman hand. It's not a bad hand in normal circumstances. Like this would be a solid fast Pinfu, maybe one Dora, but this is just not big enough. I don't know how to put it into words.
Like,
it's not big enough.
The problem is nothing is big enough, I guess. I empathize with Waidu's position in that, like, it can feel kind of hopeless, but unfortunately, it's very hard to pick up a hand that is actually worth enough.
Yeah, especially because they're with the current tournament rules, you cannot score more than a single Yakuman in one hand. So.
Oh, wait, are they not doing multiple Yakuman as in like multiple unique Yakuman?
I don't think that is allowed because I think they tried to make it like WRC rules, and WRC rules will not allow you to stack Yakuman.
No, I thought WSU does allow you to stack Yakuman as long as they're unique. So something like a Kokushi 13-sided is not double, but something like All Honors Big 3 Dragons is double. Perhaps,
but I do remember it saying Yakuman stacking off in the tournament rules. I can check it after, but
yeah.
In the case that it matters, it would be pretty sad to see Waidu get a double Yakuman here and only get counted as a single. Interesting decision for no one there. It doesn't call it. I mean, it wouldn't put no one into Tempai, so I can agree. And there is an off chance that the 7-man might come out, but highly unlikely. That was a Tempai though. That was a Tempai that no one passed up. And we continue on. Oh.
I mean, that makes sense. Obviously, they couldn't win off of it.
Yeah, so no Yaku. No Yaku, but that gives Rimu room to move in. Rimu looks like a
I
double
imagine
pawn
Core
weight.
Composer wouldn't care, right?
And
yeah.
there it is. Waruine.
Waruine. Agari-dayo. So yeah, it's hard to understate how little Court Composer cares about that outcome.
Yeah, Chord Composer just wants to move the
It's
handle.
really hard to state how little Court Composer cares about
That is
dealing
that
into
is
2600.
that is basically a win. Like that is a win for Chord Composer right there. All right,
So now it's Rimu. Rimu has the final step. Needs a very long dealership. Rimu's also got the smallest gap to be entirely fair.
That's true. Rimu doesn't need a miracle. Rimu just needs does need Chord Composer to be in fourth as well, unless they're looking at another 100,000 point hand. But
Yes.
I think for Rimu it's actually closer to about 70 or 75,000 if Chord Composer doesn't come in last. And if Chord Composer is in last, Rimu might be able to get it just with a regular win. But Rimu 1 away here. No, 2 away. Yeah, it's a pretty good 2 away though, and that's a decent improvement there too. Really setting up Pinfu. Might get it, might not. We'll see. Chord Composer also moving kinda quickly. Looks to be 3 away. Yeah, I think so. But it's got some decent shapes there. Across the table, this unfortunately is not a Yakuman either. It is a decent hand, but I don't know. And then on the left, no one. 1 away. That's a solid hand, but no one needs a lot of points. I mean, I don't know what else you can do.
Solid doesn't cut it anymore. Solid doesn't cut it.
Yeah. I'm not sure
Solid
really
is
what
not
more
good
no
enough.
one can do with that hand though. Like I think that's the best shape it's gonna get into.
Yes. But solid is not good enough.
Hey. Oh, interesting. Cuts a 7 there. Maybe looking to get value 1 to 9 pure straight. We'll see. It's gonna be a long way if that's what Rimu's up to. Obviously can't call that. Oh, okay. That pair is separated. Rimu 1 away here. Rimu 1 away. Kifu, Dora 1. Probably Ricci. Like, I wouldn't expect not Ricci. Oh, there's a Ricci from no one. Like, that... it doesn't really get that much better than that. The weight is decent, too. Normally, I would be ecstatic about this hand. That hand is an insane hand. But it just doesn't cut it here.
It just doesn't do enough. It's just not
and
enough.
that is yeah, I mean that's gonna be big.
Yeah, but Chord Composer is fairly indifferent. Oddly enough, fairly indifferent.
Ura as well for the Haneman.
Yeah, but again, just thinking about the point gap, I'm pretty sure Chord Composer.
Yeah, although now they are in fourth.
It's
They are in fourth. Like, if Rimu hits a Haneman here, let me think.
Yeah, okay, so no, Rimu needs more than a Haneman, I think. I'm pretty okay. So the gap, what's the gap? The gap's 30 points right now, right? As in, like, if current positions. Let's assume that Rimu gets first place, right?
Okay.
30 point gap. Their current gap is 55.
Yeah.
Wait, that's actually possible.
Yeah, the bigger problem here for Rimu is that Waidu is like a landslide away. Like a Haneman is not gonna do it for Rimu to get first place. Unless it's a direct hit, maybe 24,000 point swap. Yeah. So Rimu, I think, is looking to direct hit Waidu, which is super weird here, but that's what it looks like. They're either gonna need a Paimon.
Wait, but the point gap has to be too harsh on both ends. 24,000 is not enough to hit Chord Composer's point difference. Right?
Well, Chord Composer's already in last. Yeah.
No, but like, because they need the last to first and like a 55-point swing, which means that you need to get 27 points
That's
on top of
true.
Core Composer.
Yeah, that's
So
true.
you need like a Yakuman direct hit off of Waidu,
Yeah.
something like that.
Well, a Yakuman, then it could be a direct hit off Court Composer because Yakuman would put Rimu in first. But yeah, this is
But
tough.
then if we're thinking about Yakuman direct hits, Waidu has a chance. Chance in the biggest sense of the quotation marks chance.
Unfortunately.
If Waidu can hit Core Composer for a Yakuman.
Oh my.
Would that even be
Unfortunately,
enough?
Court Composer is already in Tempai.
yeah. Wait, okay, but then now we've got an interesting thing of does Core Composer even want to win and give other people a chance? Or does he just want to give up, right?
So the thing is, the closest Yakuman Rimu is close to is Suanko or Four Concealed Triplets. But no one reaching. That's gonna be trouble.
Yeah, look, any other hand, as you said in the previous one, any other day you'd be smiling at that hand, but
yeah, but that's
just
not
not big
gonna do
enough.
it. It's not. Oh, there it is.
People could just be playing for pride at this point. Like,
yeah.
I think, you know, just like I want to end up like in the top 16 or something like that, on an overall 16 board. So, you know, you could probably see that as a more full goal.
Yeah,
presumably.
This looks like it's gonna go right in.
And
that ends that. Court Composer. I mean, third place in the here. Oh, you're right. Sorry. Noah Gariyame. So we have to keep going. That is what you were just talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I was thinking Rimu might have wanted to just sit tight and try and pull in Suanko or the Four Concealed Triplets, but it was gonna be hard. It's gonna be hard. It was going to be hard. So we're back here, we're still going. Rimu still needs that Yaku. Well, I think Rimu had a chance with like the right Baimon before, but now Rimu I think really needs a Yakuman. I mean, of course, if Rimu gets the Yakuman, they are going to be ahead. But again, the closest Yakuman looks like 4 triplets, concealed 4 triplets.
And again, something not worth underrating is it's kind of hopeless and I want to save my time factor.
Right. Yeah, it seems like that's what no one's going for. No one already Tenpai.
Yeah, that's kind of fine in this position. Like, no one's going to catch up to Core Composer. It's not possible without a dealership. Yeah. So you can just be time economic and think, let's just like your mental, right? Like, don't put yourself under that kind of mental strain of like playing a very hopeless hard shot.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see any other reason to explain what no one's doing here. Rimu might be able to get like a pure straight, but that still wouldn't cut it.
Would these scores carry over into the round of...
No.
Okay, yeah.
Not carrying over.
So everything here is truly kind of like just positioning. Yeah, okay.
Yes. That's right.
I imagine in Core Composer's position, they just want to deal into no one. Even if no one had like a concealed triplet of the Red Dragon, Core Composer really couldn't care.
Yep. Oh, interesting. Rimu going for Tanyao instead of the pure straight? Is the pure straight dead? Am I missing something? No, just going for Tanya, I guess. And maybe not even because of the 9, so... no one still hasn't found that 7, man. There's still 2 left in the wall. There's another 7 so for Rimu. I wonder if Rimu's actually starting to think maybe I should go for Oh, never mind. I was gonna say Suanko for the 4 concealed triplets, but never mind. 4, 5, 6, 7. That's interesting. Rimu breaking the pair
Yeah,
of
it
6 pin.
just cuts the door. Oh yeah, no, 2 door already cut, but no need to
Yeah,
worry about it, I
doesn't
guess.
No one with a
Change
better
of weight
weight
to
here.
4-6.
This could go out. It doesn't have to. Yeah, it doesn't go out in the end, but it could. Rimu 1 away. But not insane. I think we might be able to catch a bit of the other games after this. There are definitely a bunch of other games. The most exciting table is actually on Pandaficer's stream right now. Table 1, that was the closest. So there's that
Yeah,
as well.
it's done. It's done.
Finished?
Yep.
Unlucky there. We're just playing it out. Chord composer going no 10 here, just to end the game.
Yeah, the world ends not with a bang, but with a whimper. And look, this is honest work. It really is. This is how you play. This is why you play aggressively for really nice leads. You get into chord composer's situation where they don't care. Which is that's a testament to their good work that they've done in the other games, right?
That's right.
You get good work, so that on the 4th game you don't care. You just don't care.
All right. The other games are probably wrapping up very soon, so let me see if I can jump into one before. Let's check the standings, see what's probably the most interesting, other than the first game. The Eto-san Lutang Forever game. I think
it's finished up. I've got an eye on the Ficer stream.
Yep, that's right. It's just finished. So I guess we'll check out the Budster game. That one's a pretty close match between Budster and Sorakara.
Oh wow, that's not over yet. That's so nice. Yeah,
it's in South 1.
Okay.
Oh, but this.
It's in South 1.
Oh, but this is kind of wild.
This is wild.
What is this?
Alright, wait. Who are we keeping an eye on? Sorakara and
Sorakara's dealer right now. Yeah, Sorakara and Budster are in the lead, but with scores like this, Aggro with 90,000, this could be, another cat food bowl.
Aggro's like 90,000. Dude, Aggro has a solid chance.
Yeah,
this is what we needed to see in the previous game, which was someone in 3rd or 4th on 90,000 to make people sweat.
This is actually insane. Oh, and Adora with 2 players in Ricci. Yeah, Sorakara looks like they're gonna have to give up the dealer, but that's a deal in.
Soreronde.
Let me see if I can get the scores real fast so we can understand what we're dealing with here.
Yep, that makes sense. That makes sense.
So just take over for me for a bit.
All good. So yeah, I don't know the exact scoreline, but even if Aggro was something on like -50, having a 90k first and with the corresponding extreme negativity of everybody else would be really enough to at least put them in a fighting chance for the brackets. So yeah, this is a game. Aggro can actually play their dealership normally, as weird as it sounds. They'll probably prefer to get some more points, but they can play it pretty normally and it's not too much of an issue. They probably would want Sorakara on maybe a few fewer points, but early Tenpai and early Ricci not wanting to wait around. Oh, that 1-man discard actually really hurts them because they no longer in Tenpai for that Sanshoku, which kind of feels a bit bad. Yeah, that's wonder what drove them to cut the 1-man. That's a really big hand to lose, but oh well, nothing you can do about it now. Waiting for the edge 3-pin wait. 6-pin does come out from Budster, which means that now there is a Suji trap on the 3-pin. So someone may deal in if they have the 3-pin, especially someone like in Ara's position where they may want to push that Dora and that is slightly isolated, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, I think this early Ricci It's just, you know, the dealer's pressure. And I mean, when you thought you had like you only had one opponent, and all of a sudden a second opponent came out of nowhere with a score like this, like that throws you for a mental loop as well.
I think again, this is just reminding me of Wave in the cat food.
Yes, does that mean we're gonna see a Rinchan Kaiho in South 4?
Dive in card for the rich shot
Oh
so that you
my
can get a Hane
goodness.
Sumo. But yeah, so we see Budster is also in Tenpai waiting for the 8 bamboo red dragon for a pretty nice hand. And
Yeah.
to shut down aggro here, they're going to have to to shut down aggro, which is something they actually have to do. They will be pushing this hand at least a little bit.
Yeah,
At least a little bit.
So yeah, Sorakawa is in trouble. Sorakawa is in huge trouble here. I mean, well, Budster's hand is only 2 Han, I guess, so it's not completely insane. It's probably better than dealing into aggro, even though aggro doesn't really have real Han, but it gives aggro the re-deal. And the dealer bonus, you know, you never know when the Uradora are gonna hit. Oh.
Ooh.
And yeah, like smart steer, although I don't think...
Ooh.
Yeah. Oh no. I mean, he's gotta keep his hand, right? Budster has to keep going here.
I mean, out of all the tiles he's cut, this is one of the... Oh, he doesn't!
Does find
What?
the safe. Does avoid the deal in.
Wait.
Well done, Budster. 1 away now. Budster 1 away from turning this
What?
back around.
Oh my god. I'm so confused.
That's not gonna do
We
it.
would have also seen a Tamahane, which is my favorite rule for causing this.
Yeah, you're right. Smart Steer is also waiting on that 3-pin. And because of head bump, aggro would get the win and Smart Steer would not, and that'd be very sad for Smart Steer.
Yeah.
Thing is, Smart Steer is not looking too hot, but they do have one more dealer. It's never over.
Yeah, but look, that's nice. Continued dealership. Can never really complain about that.
Yeah, oops. Man, I gotta fix that. I gotta fix that. Cool.
Alright, we opening up to South Pair. That's not bad. Can claim that Reishi stick back. Alright, actually, can we do a slight point count? Because this is important, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so let's say the gap between them and Sorakawa is 73.6. Which puts them on
I think it's
40.
about
0.4, something like that? Not including the difference in Uma?
I think it's 76.6. Did you say 76?
Yeah, no, it's 70. So. I'm gonna get the calculator out. I can't be bothered doing this in my head.
Alright, you figure that out. I'll talk about the hands here. Aggro here has a pair of the south. That's 1 Han. It's a Yakuhai. Aggro might use it to keep the dealership quick. Smart Steer on the right. Not looking too hot, but does have a Dora that's connected. Smart Steer is going to need a lot, but they do still have a dealer, so anything could happen. Budster, not too bad. Already got a full meld and a pair, but it's a little bit tough to finish that hand. Like, all the weights are edge weights or single weights, not too great. And on the left, Sorakawa looking pretty nice here. The value isn't too high, but we are getting the tabulations back on just how many points Sorakawa needs to maintain first.
So right now, not including placement bonuses, aggro is 3 points behind Sorakawa, but including placement, where more than likely aggro ends up first, he's 7 points ahead of Sorakawa.
That's
so
right.
Really, this is like a flat point situation between Budster, Sorakawa, and aggro as things stand.
Yeah, well, Budster takes a little bit more of a hit for being in 4th. That's Tenpai.
But like, between Budster and Sorakawa, they're just trying to place above one another because they were both like less than a point difference.
That's Tenpai, and aggro is willing to push on their dealer. Aggro is willing to push that tile, but
which kind of makes sense if you consider it from your only 7, right?
Right. Sorakawa does not have any more dealerships, and neither. Well, Budster has one actually, so that could be interesting. Oh, not willing to push any longer. 5-mon considered too dangerous. But this might mean aggro's dealership ends. Unfortunately for Sorakawa, the 9-pin locked up in Smart Steer's hand. 3-6 pin we can see. One on the table. Oh, never mind! Smart Steer trying to play defense? Maybe looking for a much more valuable hand? But Sorakawa gets it. Sorakawa gets it. Sorakawa gets it. Here we are in South 3. And this is an exciting
this is such an
game.
exciting one. I don't know what to think
I
about.
think if your calculations are correct, Sorakawa didn't change any position, so 3,900 isn't enough to put them in first. They still need another.
They're still like 3.1 points behind or something like that.
But this hand, look at Sorakawa's hand. This could be half flush. It could be just a quick Rishi, but there's 3 Dora in it.
Wait, are we gonna ignore the war that's gonna happen between Budster's hand? Like, Budster's hand does not look good now, but it definitely can draw like a particular set of tiles.
Yeah. Oh, Budster makes the pwn, looking for half flush. We'll see how many honor triplets that can be added to add value, because Budster is south, so really only the south wind is value for Budster. So like the west, the east, they're not going to add value. Unless Budster can get all 3 dragons in the hand, and just gave up on that right there. On the left, aggro doesn't have too bad of a hand either. Can't call the easts because it's no Yaku, unless aggro is willing to go half flush. That's a potential option. And Smart Steer here in the dealership, definitely looking for anything that can give them a chance. And they are 2 away. And with a possible pure straight. But there are a number of 4 so on the table, which makes it a little harder.
That Sorakawa's closed full flush is coming together. That's
insane.
Actually horrifying.
That's like Sanbaimon level. If Sorakawa reaches it and finds like Ipatsu or Sumo or Uradora, Smart Steer.
Run into this brick wall though.
Okay, interesting. I wonder if it'd be worth it. Yeah, I was gonna say to look for the pure straight. Unfortunately, draws the pure straight right after. Unable to switch weight, so this is Pinfu. Maybe with Dora. I mean, Sorakawa's hand looks good now, but wait, Sorakawa folding. I mean, I guess the points are tight.
So if you think about it, like Sorakawa is only like 2.9 points behind aggro right now.
Right.
So why deal into the dealer?
That's true. Make a good point.
Like, there's just no point of fighting it.
But
right?
Sorakawa has
I think that makes
one
sense.
more chance, unless the dealer wins. I mean, yeah, I guess there's a pretty high chance that the dealer wins, so Sorakawa will have 2 more chances.
Yeah.
I'm just sad to see this potential Sanbai.
No, I'm also very sad to see.
Actually, that's not Tenpai. Okay. Those are 2.
I'm also pretty sad to see it go, but at the same time, it does make sense to fold if Sorakawa has done the math, and I hope I haven't done the math incorrectly.
Right.
Either.
This is the sign of a disciplined Mahjong player. Although that 5, the 5 so is inside Suji, in between the 2 and the 8. So, I mean, if Sorakawa wanted to go for a Tenpai, the problem is with the inside 4-mon weight, it's Furiten for Sorakawa, so that's not a great weight. I guess that probably contributes to Sorakawa deciding to fold here. But we can see on the left, well, aggro 1 away for the half flush. I was kind of talking about at the beginning. Would have to pass the 3 so here.
Oh, they are 10. Oh, no, it's not Tenpai.
Does not want to pass the 3 so. They're respecting the 3 so. You know how dangerous
more than
that
they just didn't get into Tenpai on time, so why risk it on a risky discard?
And
You can even argue one mana the
Okay,
risky
so
discard, but yeah.
in terms of overall score, like, because Smart Steer is so far behind, that doesn't really change much of anything since nobody else was Tenpai.
Oh yeah. Smart Steer is playing kind of like that. I have to wrench on a lot, so I'm blind pushing. But
Right.
the interesting thing is that Sorakawa and Aggro have to respect Smart Steer's reaches. They just don't have a choice, because if they get smacked down for 5,800 or 12,000, they might as well have just donated a hand to their competing player.
Yes. Budster is also an interesting situation because he needs to pass Sorakawa in points. So Budster is looking at 16,000-ish, 14,000-ish at least.
Yeah.
Budster does have a dealer left to go, so that is a difference between him and Sorakawa here. Actually, Smart Steer won away again. Smart Steer could be making the insane comeback. Smart Steer won away, but everyone else's hand is good.
Let's not call it a comeback when Smart Steer is also in last place and has to face down an 87,700 point.
Alright, fair point.
How about this? When Smart Steer gets first place, we start talking about a comeback.
Alright.
But until then,
Alright.
I don't want to consider it, because it's not there yet.
Oh, is this Tenpai? I'm trying to see it. No, I don't think so. No, it's not.
I don't think so.
Budster making an interesting decision though, not keeping the 2, 3, 4, 4, 5 in the Pinzu. But yeah, Budster looks like could spoil Smart Steer's dealer
that's
here.
definitely Tenpai.
That's Tenpai. Yeah.
2-5 minds. I think now this is a position where it's got some really hard decision making from Aggro and from Sorakawa.
Right.
Smart Steer can't fold. In fact, they just have to ignore the fact that someone rechewed, because that rechew didn't happen.
Does not like the weight. I mean, it is bad. There's 3 of them on the table.
It is a bad way, yeah. They have to go back.
Okay.
Yeah, they're going back and shunt.
No, this is Tenpai. This is Tenpai.
Yeah, full pin. Right.
Yeah, but still looking for a better way.
Oh, Tenpai here. What's Tenpai? Oh gosh, sorry. Aggro's hand took weird shapes. My bad.
Oh no! No!
So
Unless Smart Steer can sniff it out, this is it.
there we go.
How big is this for Budster though?
3,900.
No Ura. So that honestly is not that much for Budster either, but it's something, and they still have a dealership.
Yeah. So, but okay. So, first of all, I want to say the fact that it's Dora 3 doesn't actually matter all that much.
Yeah.
Unless you consider the fact that if it's a Dora 3 hit off of Aggro,
Dora 4
it will give Sorakawa the first place.
Right. Dora
So
4
it's less about
and
Dora 3, and more about the fact that they can keep it closed and smack down Aggro. Essentially, Smart Steer, whether intentional or not, gets to play Kingmaker here.
yeah, I even with a Yakuman, Smart Steer doesn't have a chance.
Yeah.
It's just the sadness of this. Well, now here's the thing: everybody knows where all the Dora are now, so that's actually it just made new Dora, so never mind. There's just as many Dora.
Okay, so if we consider everyone's perspectives, Budster cannot care about the Dora card. They have to push. Like they don't have a choice.
Yes.
Because whether or not Smart Steer wins off of Sorakawa or Aggro, they will still end up being not first place.
That's right. So Budster 8,200. Oh, finds the Tenpai. This is a good Tenpai. Oh, it's not amazing. The weight is kind of. The weight is not great, but it's like decent value. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. I think that gives Aggro?
Aggro the first place.
The
I think if the math is right, they gave Aggro the first place.
Oh, 60 Fu 5 Han. Look at that hand.
I think. Is my math wrong? Fuck.
Let's look. Well, we'll get the scores here. I mean, the UMA should be correct. That's plus 72. If I bring the scores back on the screen here.
That is a 78.4 difference.
Yeah,
78. Yeah, actually, I
78.4.
think the scoreline difference raw
You said it was
wasn't- yeah,
76.6. This is after Uma. So this is after Uma.
yeah, this is after Uma. Yeah, I think that's enough.
Yeah. Yes, you said we said 76.6 difference between Sorakawa and Agro, and that's 78.4.
Yep. Aggro upset it.
The tiniest. That's like 2 points. 2
Yeah,
points
that is
difference.
insane. That is like a 2 point. That is literally like cat food wave
This
coming back.
This is crazy.
Sorry, I know I keep referencing it, but this literally not like 2 weeks ago or something like that.
Oh my
Yeah.
goodness. What did we walk
Congratulations
in
to
on?
Aggro. That was amazing.
What did we walk in on? I don't know if the next game can beat that, but let's see if there's any other games going before we pack it in. There's one more game going. I guess the other stream will probably be watching it too, but let's see how much of this
the other
game
stream was
is
watching
left.
that game as well, so.
It's in South 4.
Wait, no, it's literally the same. Wait.
Yeah,
Oh,
because
no,
it's the
you've
only
got the
game
nameplates
left.
on.
It's the only game.
You've got the nameplates on, so it looks
Yeah.
like.
Oh, okay. I understand. All right.
Yeah.
Nameplates off.
Alright, Queenie. Oh, Queenie. Okay, I remember Queenie was last place overall on this table, so she's
Yeah.
gonna need to dig deep and win
If
consecutively
we take
a
a
lot.
quick look at the score, this is the game in the bottom right. So Nico
Yes.
ahead, and the other two players need a lot, and Queenie needs the most. Let's go back to the game. Yeah, here we have Nico still ahead. So I guess that's a problem.
Yeah, I guess they never miss, huh?
I guess they never.
Okay, so interestingly, we're running into the same scenario. Hakai and Kanto, sorry, don't really have a hope, unfortunately, because they have too much difference to make, and it needs to be like a direct hit Sanbaimon for Hakai or something like that.
Yeah.
Or direct hit Yakuma, or
Yeah,
something to that degree.
I think it was about plus 55. They need a 55-point swing. And the Uma between
Yes.
first and second, that's only 10 points. So they need 45 actual points. So you're right.
Yep. So they need it. So Hakai needs on direct hit. So, oddly enough, the person who has the best chance of upsetting this table is Queenie, just because of the dealership.
Yeah, just because she still has dealer.
Yeah, the dealership means that Queenie has the highest chance of upsetting this table.
Chi. But where's the Yaku? Oh, okay. I see. Moving towards the all simples, the Tanya move. All right. Oh. I mean, to be
Wait,
fair,
but Queenie can't care about this, right?
definitely not.
Yeah, like just close your
Definitely
eyes
Can't
and go.
care about that.
Yeah, just close your eyes.
To be fair, the fact Nico reached here actually gives Hakai hope. I mean, if they weren't looking at the hand they're looking at, it would give them hope. But that's unfortunate. Kayento, I don't really think anything. I don't really think there's anything Kayento can do.
It's over.
It's over. Oops.
It's over.
We don't actually have the
That
standings
is-
yet.
That is a win for Nico Warren.
Yeah, first
That
in the
name is
game,
cursed.
first in the previous. Nico won't. Taking first overall.
Yeah. So congrats to Nico Won't for making it out of this bracket. Yeah.
That's right. All right. Now let me see if I have the final standings. I believe these are the final standings. Final results. Oh, Bert almost made the comeback. Bert almost did it. Almost.
Wait, where's Bert? Sorry.
In the top left, the close game that was going on
yeah,
between
yeah.
Light Pink Yoshi, Korak, Bert, and
Yeah.
Ancient Vimon. Bert was in last. That was the closest game. They almost made it, but Light Pink Yoshi's going ahead.
Yeah. Congrats to
Yep.
Light Pink Yoshi continuing his hot streak through tournaments.
In the second game, yeah. The second game we watched. Go ahead.
Yeah. No, I was gonna say something good to observe is that it's good to see a lot of last places be dead last places, because that's kind of how you want to be going into round 4 of your bracket. You essentially want to play all or nothing.
Yeah.
And sometimes you get dunked on, and sometimes you end up like aggro, just eking out a victory.
Exactly.
Because you full on pushed.
Right.
So yeah, that's all I wanted to say.
That was quite a game. In the second game, Court Composer, we watched that one, so that's no surprise to us. The battle between Eto-san, Lutang Forever. Lutang Forever came out on top. Moving on. The middle game looks pretty interesting. Jackius just managed to eke out KJH. I mean, I guess it's still 11 points. 11,000. But Jackie is taking that one. Kitty Loaf.
Destroying the FGC and the
No.
Mahjong potential for ruining by just knocking out both FGC players.
Kitty Loaf taking the win there. Furious can't retire yet because Furious is moving on to top 8. So it's not over for Furious. Delta Sierra did make a comeback, but it wasn't enough. It wasn't quite enough to pass Furious. The match we looked at near the very end, aggro with that 1.8. Within 2 points, the match. Aggro moves
that was
ahead.
Insanity.
Yeah. That was
Nico
wild.
You just pulled that out, pretty handily. First going in and first overall. So
yeah. So we will be back here tomorrow. Same time, 5 p.m. Eastern, 2 p.m. Pacific. That's 9 p.m. UTC for those of you in other parts of the world. You can use your own UTC time converter for both the top 8 and the finals. Let's bring it back to us. I've been Tipzntrix here with J Cakes. Earlier in the day we had Frenetic, we had DDR Dan. Shout outs to the AnimEVO staff helping us put this together. The Mahjong Soul TOs, Zan, Aaron Lied behind the scenes putting a lot of the technical work in. We got Yostar and Cat Food Studio providing the prizes. Thanks to them as well. We can bring up the prizes here one more time. We got Summon Scrolls and 50,000 coppers for first, and then we got 20,000 coppers for second. 15,000 for third and 10,000 for fourth. And yeah, so this was pretty exciting. The games came out strong in the end. It was, not every table was decided. We had a crazy upset, and the finals haven't even happened yet. So I would definitely like to see you all tomorrow, either here or on Panda Pfizer's stream, or both. We'll be casting the tables. J Cakes, any shoutouts you'd like to make?
Thank you to all the players who played in the round of 32. Anyone who played in the tournament, but in around 32, it was hard fought. Thank you guys for taking the time out and just sort of got some good content.
Yep. Mahjong is not typically an AnimEVO mainstay. In fact, this is the first year because we had it online, but it's good to see this kind of turnout. Even online, we're still the largest tournament at AnimEVO. Yeah, Mahjong! Maybe we can make it a mainstay. But
absolutely.
Yeah.
Alrighty. Guess we'll catch you guys tomorrow.
We will catch you guys tomorrow. Tips out.